Alright, hello everyone. Sorry, I was talking to my cat. She's having a clean fest right over here. So I was asking her what she was doing. Cause she like randomly stops when she's cleaning. She'll lick herself. Stop. Go back to licking herself. She's deaf, so it's probably like she's hearing weird, like, a little bit of I don't know. She has like no hair. So I don't know what she's saying. Alright, hello everyone. So today I don't know what we're doing. We're just kind of hanging out. So I started creating this character. I think we might just level his character, do some world versus world, kind of hang out. I wanted to do like a little bit relaxing between we did all the map stuff, and we did some Guild Wars 1, and then now we want to get into doing some sorry guys. We're gonna go back into doing Guild Wars 1. But the thing is that you can only train with... Ugh, I don't like doing this. Oh my god. But
not bad at all.
Pick up a rifle and get in formation. Remember, don't release your shot until the order is given.
we're just gonna do some random stuff today. Kind of just hang out. We can talk about what's going on in the game and the future and whatever. We can just like kind of chill out today. Oh, that one was faster. Why do you need to stand right on top of me, giant lady?
Let's keep at it. Take aim.
But yeah, we're just kind of chilling out today.
Hold. It's not enough to hit the target.
You let go, Jackson. You shouldn't have done.
Hold. Fire.
This takes so long, doesn't it? This takes like super long. So the easiest way to do this hard, by the way, guys, is you literally go out of action if you're using action cam. You set this to auto cast and you just attack this target, and you literally just leave it.
Come on, that's way too slow. Try attacking me as I lower my.
Because yes, you're gonna hit her like all the times you're not supposed to, but then the one time you're supposed to hit her, you're gonna hit her. Watch. See? And you can just leave it like that, and it's gonna get done. This is how you do a heart on a let a heart just do its thing. This is how we're just doing it. We're just letting it done. But yeah, I kind of wanted to just hang out today. I really have a feeling that tomorrow we're gonna get the blog post. I don't know. Well, I'm just really hoping for it. It's a week after the release. I think they usually do, when they do these blog posts, they usually do them a week after the release or sometime around the release. I would hate for them to like announce this blog post and then wait like 75 years to actually bring it out. So I don't know. I'm hoping tomorrow it's coming out. So if that happens, I will do a video tomorrow on it. Just kind of discussing it, seeing whatever, so, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see how the and there it is, done. I'm stealing your sword. So I'm trying to like level up with like just not just a main hand. I'm looking for like an offhand focus as well. I don't think I've gotten one. Oh, I did get one. Oh, look at that. So I kind of want to level up this character with daggers. I haven't leveled a Mesmer with daggers. It's interesting because it gives you like a whole different experience when you level up with the new
Let's see the color of your coin.
the new weapons and stuff. It's funny because I feel like there's something in the programming, and I don't know how accurate this is, but I remember way early on there was a discussion, and this kind of went back to the whole how loot worked in the game, because you know we didn't have unidentified gear back when the my cat, she's like screaming. I don't know if you guys can hear her. Just because she's bored or something. But way early on in the game release, the way that loot worked was like it was all random and you didn't have unidentified gear. So you'd amass this huge amount of like random crap that you couldn't use in your inventory. And I could be wrong on that, but I do remember there being a point in time where the developers put something in place, and this was like way early on, where they said they increased the chances of like items that you can use, like increase the chances of you looting items that you can use, that your character can use. Because I think there was like a post made, you know, like on the forums and stuff, like way early on. Hey Emily, welcome. I'm doing well. How are you? I remember there was like a post made like way early on where people were talking about you know, I'm getting all of this loot and I can't use any of it. Like I'm leveling a character and I'm going through, you know, this is like way before like Heart of Thorns even came out. And people were saying like, you know, I'm going through this game, I'm doing all this stuff and I'm getting all this loot that I can't do anything with. So I'm pretty sure at some point they changed how loot worked, and you would get a higher chance of loot dropping for your character, loot that your character can use. So here's the thing, and this is kind of, and you know, this could be completely like me just having bad luck. I mean, I have really terrible luck, we know this. So you know, maybe I'm just really unlucky, but it seems to me like with the new weapons, what happened is the loot the loot changes don't affect the new weapons, because they were never designated, like mesmers were never designated to be able to use daggers. Because I'm telling you guys, I'm like level 18. I have been just randomly running around. You can kind of see I've been running around Queensdale, just kind of doing whatever, doing different. I actually I used the portal in here to go to Shadow Behemoth. I actually did Shadow Behemoth. But yeah, I've been like running around doing hearts, just kind of defeating enemies, leveling up, you know, doing the random, you know, doing the leveling thing. And I have not had a single dagger drop. Both daggers I actually, I wanted to fix that. Both daggers that I have, so there was, this one, I'm gonna unequip this one. So both daggers that I have, I actually had to go buy them. Okay, I have one equipped right now, and then I have another one that I have in inventory. Both of them, I had to go and buy them myself from the trading post. They were cheap. The problem isn't money, but it's just very interesting to see that maybe this loot system doesn't really I don't know what to use. Yeah. Maybe feedback might be good for long range. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear. So that's interesting, right? I feel like that's something that and you know, I would have to go back and see if there is like some kind of what is this place? This is like an empty bank or something. Hello?
How do you do?
Like a vault?
Can I help you?
That's definitely a bank, but it doesn't actually have any bankers in it. See? Interesting. But yeah, so that's something that I feel like I would have to like look at, and I think that's really really interesting. Not to like the new weapons are not good to level, because you don't really get like focusing on just the new weapons is probably not good, because you don't get a lot of them. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm unlucky. It's just a weird thought that I had. All right, let's go get some grubs. Let's go, lady. And I don't know how true this is. I don't know how the loot system works. I mean, I think one of the best changes ever to the loot system was the unidentified gear. There's still so many things that I think they could really change. Um, like there one part that really, and I've talked about this before, one part that really pisses me off is that in every new map you have, for every event that you do, like, so and I recently talked about this. So when Guild Wars 2 came out, they talked about the event system, right? And the event system is like the bread and butter of the experience that you get throughout, right? I mean, hands down, that is the thing that gets you experience in this game, probably more so than anything. Like the easiest, the most accessible way, right? It's like you come across new events all the time, right? That's totally like how you're supposed to gain experience in this game and stuff. So they invented, you know, with the event system, which was just like revolutionary. I think the event system, even to this day, holds incredibly well in just the entire gaming space. I think even single player games can learn from ArenaNet's event system because it's really good. It's really, really good. And the thing was that they had, you know, you get karma from doing events and you get coin from doing events, so, and then you would get like loot drops from enemies, so that you didn't really need to get any rewards from events, right? Because you have karma vendors everywhere, like hard vendors, you know, everywhere, and they sell you loot for karma that you get from events. So there's like a synergy in all the systems that have been set up. The thing is that in all the new maps since, like, I don't know, since what, like Path of Fire or something, every event that you do, oh, and the other thing is that that event system was created so that you don't have to, like, the base game was created so that you don't have to deal with a lot of UI stuff. So you have the event system, you finish an event and you get the gold medal, you get a medal, right, for it, and you just move on with your life. You don't have to click in okay, you don't have to click in, like, there's nothing that like pops up, right? There's nothing where you're like, oh, okay, I have to like talk to this person, you know. It's not like a quest system. It happens very naturally and it doesn't interrupt your gaming, right? I can literally give her enough grubs and move on with my life and I don't have to worry about it, and it's super natural and it's super easy and it's very like consumer friendly and immersive and like all these things, right? Not having to click anything was always so nice because you could just like move on and you can just like la la la, all right, I finished an event, I'm moving on. So then now, since Path of Fire, we have all the bonus chests that pop up, and it's one of the things that drives me absolutely insane, because I have to either right click it and then see what the items are that I got out of it, right, which are like the bonus items, or I have to like click the chest and it pops up the thing and then I have to accept the rewards. And it seems so counterintuitive to the base systems that were implemented in the game. I really wish, like, one of the changes, and I don't know how other people feel, I feel like it's probably one of the things that is just nitpicky of me, I would say. But I really wish ArenaNet would look at that and kind of like change the event system to the point where the bonus chests are implemented into the reward system of just the events. Because I feel like it is so annoying that I go through a meta event and I finish like 17 events, and I have like Season 3 has this. Like if you guys ever go through and you do the Bitter Frost Frontier, and you do like the meta event when that pops up, I just want you guys to like understand, you get like 75,000 chests that you have to like right click. I mean, it's just, you show 3 chests and I think they store up to like, I don't know how many, it's like 10 or something that are like stocked behind it. Everything past that will automatically enter your inventory. I'm like, why can't it automatically enter my inventory anyways? Like, if you already have some kind of system where, okay, you have so many chests down there, they're now gonna automatically enter your inventory. Like the first chest is automatically gonna enter your inventory. Why isn't that a base already for these chests? Why do I have to right click on it for it to get into my inventory? Right? I guess someone might say, well, it's because of inventory space. But you have the system of when you over loot for your inventory that it pops up where you can't claim more loot. Okay? So you have then the chance to, you know, hit the deposit all or compact or you know, salvage some stuff real quick or whatever, right? And it's just kind of strange. Like, I don't understand why we need to have these bonus chests pop up on the bottom. I get maybe doing the it might be more complicated for the meta event ones, the ones that are like the bigger chests. They're not the regular chests, they're like the bigger, like usually they're like silver or golden or something, and they usually have like a progress bar on it. Like that I can understand because it shows like your participation in it, and you can get, based on your participation, you can get better rewards. Like I totally understand that, maybe like showing the player like, hey, this is how much you participated, and because you didn't participate as much, you're only getting this much, right? Like I get that because it kind of gives a little bit of like an explanation to the player or whatever. But other than that, I'm like, I don't. Oh, I don't even. I'm not even ready for underwater here. I guess. I don't know. I mean, you know, who does underwater nowadays? But I do like Trident underwater. Underwater Trident is really nice. Even though it is probably not good for me right now because I don't really have Condi on me, but that's okay. It should be an option. No, that's a good point. That's a good point too. Yeah, they could add it in the options. But I think it's such a, that's, you know, and I know like we've been praising a lot you know, we've been praising the quality of life, you know, group of people, like the developers or whatever, but I just think like that's one that I would like to see very much. You know, I mean, I just there's a big message. Are we right? Oh, the executioner. I'm like, why did that music start? I don't like doing the executioner. I keep dying to it and I hate running back. Wait, where am I going? I'm trying to get back to the dock. Hold on. I just need to, I always forget to monetize my streams because YouTube doesn't do it automatically, and I just realized. So I need to go in. I'll be reading that message in just a second. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm like all frazzled now. Oh my god. Hold on. I just need to do this real quick. Do I do it through this? Oh my god, I hate doing it on my phone, and it doesn't pop up ever. I hate it. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Hold on, everyone. No. Stop it. View my channel. There we go. That's a great song, by the way. What is that song? That song is Scarlet, right? Fighting Scarlet? It's a great song. Really, really good. Alright, sorry guys. I had to turn on my monetization. I did not have that on. So you might see that. Just jumping to the stream, my guess is the chests are all about the dopamine feedback loop, which wears off for veteran players. Definitely should be an option. Tell Chicken he can suggest it. Tell Chicken he can suggest it? Does he have that much pull? What is Isara doing down there? Isara? Oh, there's a little... Oh, hello! I got things to do, places to go. Places to go? Like where? There are 5 of us living in a single room, so I can't go anywhere. Yeah, I know. These poor folk. They're all living in one room. It's the whole, like, Duran family. They're all living in one room with one bed. Makes it very uncomfortable, guys. I would hate to be these people. Alright, while that song is really nice, it is very, out there. Thank you, Palundrium. Palundrium? I hope I'm saying that wrong. Right. Not wrong. I hope I'm not saying that wrong. I just got my auto loot pickup mastery last week. It is such a game changer. It's really funny when I play with new people. I'm always like, "Let's go! Come on! Why are you lagging behind?" And they're like, "I have to loot." I'm like, "Oh my god, that's a thing in games." It's really funny. He does really. Oh, maybe I'll talk to him about it. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't know. My sister was suggesting doing a co-op stream. So we might do a co-op stream tomorrow. I don't know. We might do a co-op stream. I'm not promising anything, but we might do a co-op stream tomorrow. So we'll hang out. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. But yeah, the dopamine rush, that's an interesting idea that wears off with veteran players. But I also feel, so I do understand that point of the dopamine rush, but as the most veteran players, and like you guys can maybe like agree or disagree on this, but for veteran players, the speed of getting through things is really important. So when we have to stop and right click a chest and we don't know what's coming into our inventory or something, like, or I mean, we wouldn't know that if we implement the system that I just suggested. We wouldn't know that either. But I'm saying, like, to stop and have to click to get the chests into our inventory might just be bothersome for veterans too, because a lot of veterans are like, okay, let's go. Let's, like, this event, next event, we have goals, we have things we want to do or whatever. So, it's kind of like, is the dopamine rush worth it? Because I don't get a dopamine rush from that. I don't get a dopamine rush from getting these chests. I get annoyed by these chests. Because I'm like, I already know that I'm getting these things through the events, right? I already understand that those are regular things that I'm getting. Because they also have, like, the one thing that they have implemented after release was the map bonuses. Okay, now the map bonuses automatically go into your inventory. And that's super nice, because I like just going through and, like, specifically the shiny baubles. Those are really nice because sometimes you can get like 10 of them, which is 3 gold, and you just get it deposited into your inventory. And I'm like, heck yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to him about it. I'll see what he is like. Have you talked to him recently? He seems a little down. He seems a little down. I guess he didn't stream on Thursday, and I don't know. I felt bad. I don't know. I hope he's doing okay. I haven't really spoken to him, but I'm one of those people that I don't really know what to say. So I'm like, I'm like, well, I'm here, but I don't know what to say. So I hope he's doing okay. I'll have to talk to him. But yeah. Did you guys also know that these, and this might be, I don't know, should I add this? So I have a list. I just started, guys, I had to start this is my 4th notebook now that I have for taking notes. So I just finished my notebook where I've been taking all these notes. Do you know what the first thing in this notebook is, actually? This is the Elite Spec review. So I went through and I reviewed all the End of Dragons Elite Specs, and I compared them to the ones that I had. Because I had the I had a list of both of the ones that I came up with, and I compared them to what this is the Harbinger, for example, and I had the Vampire and the Judge were the 2 that I had, and I kind of was just like compared them to the 2 that I had. I still like the idea of the Judge, which was the hammer one that I had. I really like that idea. The phalanx that I had some good ideas for elite specializations. I'm sad we're not doing elite specializations anymore. I did have a gunslinger one, a dual pistol for the elementalist, and we kind of got the monk with the staff. Anyway, so the point of me saying that is I started a new notebook, so I'm on page 1 of my new notebook. But that wasn't the original point. Oh, I have that wasn't the thing that I wanted to talk about. I have the somewhere in here. These are my, oh my god, there's so many. Nope, that was the animal facts. I'm working on another animal facts, and it's somewhere in here. That's why I haven't put this notebook away, because there's still stuff that I'm doing on this. Oh, I had a dream. I had a really crazy dream, and I wrote it down because I was just like, I need to write this down. So I have these animal facts video number 5 that I'm working on right here. You guys can see all these notes. So I'm trying to figure out if I should add this particular fact here. You guys might not know this. I've talked to him. You should check on him. Just say, hey, how are you doing? You seemed a bit down the other day, and I noticed that you didn't stream. Yeah, I should. New notebooks are exciting. I know. I got these on sale. They were like on sale for like 30 cents or something. This is like years ago I bought these. I went to... Where did I buy these? I think I might have been at Walmart, and they had these for sale like right around like back to school. And I was just like, oh, I'm gonna get one of every color. So I got like a green one and a purple one and a yellow one and a blue one or something. I got like 4 of them, so they're gonna last me for a while. But here's a fun fact. So you kind of see, here's a fun animal fact. So you see how these moas are actually like in groups of 3. You guys see that? How they're like 1, 2, 3 golden moa, 1, 2, 3, right? So they attack together, okay? Now watch what happens when one of them dies. Watch what happens. Nothing happens. That is not what I wanted to demonstrate. That was very anticlimactic. What? Why didn't... There it is. They get feared. I don't know why that didn't happen on the first one. It happened on the second one. So when their other group members die... Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you. So when their other group members die... They get feared. I don't know if this happens on every... I guess it doesn't happen on every kill. No, it does not. It did not happen there. Does it happen on the second kill of the group? Look! He gets feared. And the source is Golden Moa. Look, he gets feared. That's such an interesting mechanic. You know what I mean? Like, I really like that. I think that's a fun little mechanic. And I don't think that happens. I think that only happens in these moas that are in herds, and I think the only moas that are in herds are right here on this little, Oh, now see, no, now they both got feared. Because one thing they do is they do run away when they get to low health. There is some enemies that do that they run away. So this is not unique to the moa where they run away in fear. I think like other animal types of creatures will do that. But yeah, these guys will. This is 2 groups. We have 1 single moa. Is that correct? No, there's. Oh wait, what's okay? I don't know. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking about adding that as a fact. Okay, that didn't fear anyone. Let's see. We got the Giblets 1 music. Oh, they got feared. Now you can't add like a fear modifier or anything to it because I'm not inflicting the fear. So even if I were to go in as like a necromancer or something, and I'd be like, oh, I have my fear as in like damaging or something, that doesn't do anything. So, but it's just an interesting. I know it's scared being alone. It's like, no, you killed all my friends. I don't feel bad in-game killing animals because I know they respawn. Okay, I will just say I'm an awful human being for probably saying that, but I do not feel bad for killing animals in games because I mean, that's completely opposite of how I feel in real life. You know, in real life, I could never harm an animal. I feel bad even killing, like, if I have to, like, I don't know, if I have to kill, like, you know, like a cockroach or something. I mean, I live in Florida, so those things are, like, common. I mean, you can have, like, the cleanest house on the planet, and you still get them. It's literally not indicative of your, you know, hygienic or cleaning or whatever, you know. It's like it's literally just they exist here and they will come inside, and they're usually huge. So usually they're massive. One of the bad things about living in Florida, I mean, there's many of them, many negative things. I've talked about how this is actually fun that we're right here. I've talked about how there used to be, and I always forget the number, there used to be, during the alpha, as far as I remember, there used to be way more hearts Okay, I think at some point they had like 900 hearts or something like that, or I could be. It was like an insane amount of hearts. Okay, in the core game, they only have 303 now, but there was literally so many hearts. I want to say the number was like anywhere between 6 and 900. So it was at least double, if not triple, the hearts that we used to have. Like imagine having triple the hearts in just Queensdale. But I think there is like remnants of hearts that used to exist. I think this is one of them because right here we have all these spider eggs, right? The egg sacs here, they're all around here, and spiders that you can fight. But these egg sacs don't do anything. You can crush them and they will summon like egg spiders, spider hatchlings and stuff. And we've seen this numerous times in like other locations. But here it doesn't do anything. So I think this is one of those hearts that I've talked about before, where I think they kind of they just got rid of the actual heart. You know, we have seen NPCs. There's the NPC in Brisbane Wildlands over here that deals with the right by the river somewhere down here. That deals with the spiders down there. And she has like not vendor dialogue, but she has like something that would be reminiscent of like a heart vendor dialogue. So that is probably another deleted heart that they have. Never moving to Florida. Yeah, definitely. If you don't like bugs, Florida is definitely not the place. Like we have mosquitoes here that are the size of like a small child, okay? It's insane. Like obviously I'm exaggerating, but that's what it feels like, okay? It feels like they're gigantic. Unless you live closer to the coast. Closer to the coast, you don't have that many, just because it's like very windy and breezy, and I guess they don't like that kind of. But like I live like smack dab in the middle of Florida, so it's mosquitoes galore. I can't go outside most days because they swarm. Like I will be outside and like on the porch, and I'll be talking to my sister, and I'm like, I start scratching myself, and then I get bumps everywhere, and I'm like, oh my god. And then, you know, and the crazy thing is, okay, and this might be like a little TMI, but they bite me on my butt, okay? And it's the worst because then you're sitting on it. You're sitting on the, like, itchy part, and you're just like, I want to scratch my butt so bad. It's really dumb, but it happens, guys. It does happen. Here's another fun animal fact, one that I have. So lone coyotes, okay? Coyotes are not very common at all in Guild Wars 2, okay? You can find them in a couple of places. You can find regular coyotes, okay? But the lone version, the one that I just killed, they only exist right here in the Heartwoods. That's the only place you will find lone coyotes. We can look around. There's like, usually there's a pack of them. There's eagle raptors at the top of this. There's usually a pack of them that walk around here. Yeah, so there's a lone coyote here. Usually there's a big pack of like not lone coyotes that walk around somewhere here. I don't know. But the lone ones, this is the only place they spawn, is in the Heartwoods. I think there's only like 3 other locations that coyotes spawn in general, but you don't see those very often. Yeah, usually the last time I saw them, they were down here. That's where the spiders are. Yeah, I don't see them. They usually spawn around this rock here. I think that's what it's for. It's kind of like, and there'll be like a group of like 3 or 4 of them that spawn. So, but yeah, Florida is not fun, especially right now where the summertime is coming, and it's already so hot, guys. It's already so hot outside. Like, today it's 82 degrees outside right now. Okay, let me look at the weather forecast. So tomorrow it's gonna be 94 degrees. Wednesday is gonna be 97 degrees. It's like, you don't want to leave your house. Like I went outside today. I had to go to the store. I had to go to the bank and the store, and I went outside and I literally was like, because I'm like, I'm super pale. You guys can see this. Like, do you see how pale I am? It's because I don't go outside. It's so hot. Like, even when you go outside and you want to get sun, it's just too hot. Like, you literally die. That's why I've said the other day, I talked about it. The next house that I don't know if the next house that I'm living in is going to be a house that I'm buying or that I'm renting or whatever it is, but it has to have a freaking pool. I am not doing this pool's bullshit anymore. I am not. And it has nothing to do with like, ooh, I need a pool because I'm so fancy. No, it's because I need to cool off about 75 times a day. Okay, my AC is just like going non-stop. It's crazy. So if you ever think about moving to Florida, move somewhere close to the coast so that at least you can go to the beach a lot, fast, often, quickly, that kind of thing. Okay, everything, there's a lot of new players in the game, and I've noticed this, like, anytime I go to, like, starting zones, there's just, like, new players everywhere. Alright, I'm still looking for these coyotes. The coyotes! Where are the coyotes? Coyotes, where are you? These are all just eagle raptors, right? Up here? Eagle raptors are, like, the weirdest creatures ever, too. Ah! Yeah, I don't see them. I am. So I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are excited for hopefully having the blog post tomorrow. I really do hope we get the blog post tomorrow. I know it's gonna be like a PR kind of, let's just kind of put out some fires kind of thing, but I think it's important because I've seen a lot of usually some would say, like Reddit is full of like whiny babies, and it's a lot of like, there's a lot of just bitching and criticism that's not constructive and stuff. But I gotta say, for Secrets of the Obscure, there's been a lot of criticism, but also like in very reasonable ways, where people have been trying to be very constructive and kind of come up. That was the whole reason I kind of talked about this, why I didn't do a review of Secrets of the Obscure after the fact, because it's just, I'm like, I'm not bringing anything like, I'm not saying anything that no one, like, hasn't realized yet about Secrets of the Obscure. It was one of those things where I was just like, well, I like to make content that is, like, unique, that's interesting, that's maybe a little, like, that's niche, right? That's not something that people talk about a lot, right? Like, I do animal facts because who the heck cares about animal facts in Guild Wars? No one. Well, obviously there's people that do care, but I'm saying, like, in the majority, like, speaking majority-wise, like, players don't start playing Guild Wars 2 because they care about what fun, or watch content on YouTube to see this stuff, but they will watch, like, reviews of Secrets of the Obscure. I'm sure plenty of YouTubers and more prominent people have made videos. I'm sure Muckluck has made a video. I'm sure Mighty Teapot has made videos talking about, like, their opinion on Secrets of the Obscure, what could be done better, blah, 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 blah. And I think they probably, being, like, the top gurus of content creation for Guild Wars 2, they probably have a better idea about what they're talking about. I feel like sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'll stick to lore. Oh my god, what's happening? There's a lot of red over here. What's going on? I don't want this. Oh, dailies. Dailies! Get my gathering. Ooh, I have... Oh, I'm saving these. Oh, I'm level 21. I can get a specialization. Ooh, what are we gonna get? Inflict one when you interrupt the foe. Alright. Great sword abilities. Mirror blade bounces an additional time. Illusion of steel, increased strike damage. Oh, that doesn't really... Dueling, maybe? What's dueling? Can't tell them scan attack. Gain vigor. Pistols have caused bleeding. See, I wish they would... add this as like a... I wish they would change this. I want this to be not just pistol attacks. Illusions, inflict bleeding. Wound, check with one-handed sword or spear. This is like kind of condition based, right? This is more of like a boon based. Yeah, this is like kind of boon based. I think I'm gonna do domination. I just want to add some damage. I just want to have some damage. Chatter skills and I mean I don't I'm really bad about chattering. Dazing or setting for inflicts vulnerability. Oh. I guess I'll do that. I guess I gotta use my diversion more often. But even the hard vendor, oh my god. Even the hard vendor, like I hate that it doesn't automatically just, because they're just giving you karma anyways. I get that you have to read the thing and whatever, like I guess maybe because of that effort that was put into that, but Cat, please. Yeah. You have all of the space and you still gotta knock things over on the not your space. Oh, Shadow Behemoth is going on. Maybe I can get there in time. Shadow Behemoth! I'm coming! There's a lot of people. I have not read chat at all. Like, map chat. So, if we're talking about the next expansion coming out, right? If we're talking about, like, you know, like, one of the things I didn't talk about in yesterday's video was like features and mechanics and stuff. What is something, because I kind of thought about this and I'm like, I can't really come up with anything. It seems interesting because some people were talking about, well, I want to have, I got a comment today that talked about like playing Tengu and stuff, like they want Tengu to be playable, and I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Then someone was talking about like underwater weapons and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, what do you guys think is gonna be something that we're gonna get feature-wise for Janthier Wilds? Like, what do you think is something that we're gonna get? I mean, I feel like we're gonna get more weapons. Again, elite specializations I don't think are gonna happen. But we're probably gonna get a new set of weapons. I really, you know, I keep every expansion since End of Dragons, and you know, and then Seekers of the Obscure. Like every time I'm like, well, I hope underwater weapons are coming on land. I hope they're utilizing spears and harpoons and trident, like especially tridents. Tridents are such an interesting weapon to have. Like on land or whatever, and you could do something really cool with like use them as magic weapons or as melee weapons. Like it's really cool, that idea. But the thing is, like, I keep saying that for every expansion and it just keeps not happening. So then I'm like, I'm kind of afraid of saying that because I feel like I've just been you know, I haven't gotten that, so it's like, what's the point in me wishing for that? You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? So I don't know what I would want for like features. I mean, the vault was great. You know, I love the vault. I think that's an amazing addition to the game. I think it's really nice. It's exactly what Guild Wars 2 is all about. You know, the casual, friendly kind of go at your own pace, do your own thing kind of thing. I really like that. You know. So it gives you like these options of utilizing this and like work on different goals at your own pace kind of thing. It's nice. I like it a lot. But it's like, I don't know, like other features like masteries. I feel like the mastery system also needs kind of like a revision. I mean, we're looking at like, you know what, I'm mastery level like what, 547 or something is what the max level is now. I'm like, are we gonna get up to like the thousands? Like, are we gonna be like 1062 in like 10 years? Like, I mean, it's, you know, I don't know. It just seems kind of like a little iffy to me on that part. So I don't know. I don't know what I wish for. I don't know what I would want for the new expansion. I kind of talked about it a little bit. I wanted skiff battles. You know, we have like like having combat abilities. We have combat abilities for the skiff already, but those are like the mines that you drop underwater. I would love to see something where we can actually like use it to shoot something, and kind of maybe have something, maybe have them be usable in World vs. World, and maybe have like a new, and this is just like pipe dream, right? But like have a new World vs. World map that has like actual water. Like the Borderlands, they took the water away, and there was a reason for that. But if they add skiffs where like kind of like water is like a main focus or something, and you can have like water battles with like skiffs or something, because you can have like multiple people on your skiffs, so you can have like, I don't know how that would function, but I know a feature. The sky scale should get jade cannons and be able to go underwater. No more sky scale. Yeah, that would be funny, right? Yeah. Oh god, there's that. Have you guys ever seen that bug where you get the glow? I wish this was an infusion. We've seen so many infusions. I would love to see this as an infusion. I would totally get this infusion. Where the loot thing, that happens to me on this event specifically a lot. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I can wield a shield. Such a weird thought that I can level with a shield. What does it do? Might, and it's actually pretty good for like leveling. I mean, I hate that shield skim, so I like focus more, but you know, I don't know what would be better. I hate this heart. I'm not doing this heart. I hate this heart. Yeah, you know, the sky scale thing, and that's something, and you know what, I completely agree with you on that, and it's actually a good point, because I thought about this the other day. I really hate that, because the sky scale at this point negates any and all of the other mounts. Okay, you have a sky scale now, you're good to go, because the masteries now that you have for the sky scale and stuff, it's obscene how good the movement and the things you can do on the sky scale now are, like with invisibility, and you can like jump off, and you can gain like, you know, you can gain like the endurance on it with the skills that you have, and then now we have like actual combat abilities, and you have that mastery where it charges up the when you like hung against the wall, like you charge it really quickly now, the green bar, whatever that bar is, like it's kind of crazy how the sky skill has completely eliminated any of the other, like, I haven't been on a Springer seriously outside of like maybe doing a rift where that does like break bar damage. Like since the sky scale has been out, I don't think I've ever used a Springer. Like like I did. Would we, so my question, I guess, is, so turn this into something positive, or turn this into something constructive instead of just bitching about it, right? So would you guys enjoy if they were to, for the next expansion, focus on a different mount to improve that mount as one of the mastery lines? So instead of saying, hey, sky scale, we're doing the skimmer, right? Where maybe like we have skimmer masteries where we can do combat on the skimmer, and we're improving like the on land speed. So the on land speed is the same as like on water speed, or like and we can kind of improve like certain things that you can do with it, like the healing ability or something, where you can like pulse out a healing without dismounting or something like that, and have like a combat healing mount or something. I don't know. Hey, NM, welcome in. Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good day. I'm just talking away. We're leveling. We're just hanging out today. I'm kind of like, the weather, like I said, the heat has just been kind of draining me, and I was just like, I couldn't come up with anything. I was thinking about like doing some Elden Ring. I followed the Elden Ring. There's a really cool mod. I've streamed it before, but there's a really cool Elden Ring mod out there. It's called The Convergence. If you guys haven't tried it, it's really, really cool. It adds like all these new classes and spells. There's like hundreds of new spells that they add in there. It's really fun. It's really cool. I've streamed it before. I was kind of thinking about doing that, but then I was like, you know, we're kind of on like a Guild Wars trip right now. And we're kind of, you know, we're kind of building up to like a new expansion and stuff like that. So I'm like, man, you know what? Like, I'm like, I kind of want to keep going with Guild Wars. I like it, but I'm not sure how much the majority of people would like it since the other mounts are less used. Make it easy. Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the idea. The idea would be so I guess my question to the community and to the people watching would be, what would make you use other mounts more? That's kind of my question. I think Skimmer's already been done with the underwater mounting thing. That's a good point. I'd like to see the roller beetle revisited and more races and other adventures added throughout. Yeah, the races, that was fun, right? I remember when those races were released, that was like a huge thing in the community. I remember like people just like doing those races and just enjoying that. I like that because there's a lot of maps still that don't have like that have the potential of getting a race, but that don't have any races on them. You know, I think there's like definitely a lot of maps that could use that treatment. I'm gonna go to a different map. Let's go to a different map. Let's go to Plains of Ashford. We like Ascalon. So what mound would you guys like? So if we're let's think of the you know, we like, for those of you that have watched my video from yesterday, you know, we're talking about Janthier Wilds. We're kind of going to the Isles of Janthier, right? Like, we're kind of like in this mindset, okay? Let's say so, but we want to have a mastery line. We want to have something that improves a certain mount. What mount would you guys like to see? So that's a good point. We have seen the Skimmer already see an additional thing with underwater, so we're gonna leave that alone, okay? So sky scale has been done. You know, are we gonna do like an easier, like, are we gonna add, is one feature gonna be an easier, like another way to get access to the Griffin and then improve the Griffin? Or should we do a Raptor? Should we do something with the Raptor? But what would we do on the Raptor or the Griffin? I feel like one thing that ArenaNet had a really good idea with End of Dragons, and I don't know if you guys remember this, and it was very heavily, it was during one of the streams pre-End of Dragons that they did, where they talked about how you can get on a mount and you could have like cargo be pulled behind you, right? You would have like, you would go to the docks down in like Saitang Harbor, and you'd be like, oh, okay, well I want to help you out, and then you like grab the thing and it gets pulled behind your mount, and you go to like where you need to and you drop it off, and you're just like, okay, boom, done, there it is, right? And you drop it off there. Is that something that you guys could see being maybe utilized where, and hear me out, where we create that for like a specific mount? Like, let's say we take the Raptor, okay, and we say we're adding this line to the Raptor where the Raptor has the ability of like, you can like turn it on or on and off or something if you want to, like by like, because we have other buttons available when we're like on the Raptor, right? We have like these other, so you can have a button here where it activates having a cart behind you, and it's like this floating cart or something that's behind you, and another player can sit in it, and it has like a cannon or something that you can like utilize to like shoot things around or something. And you make the Raptor into like another 2-player mount, but it actually has better movement than the Turtle, because the Turtle moves like total ass. Would you guys like to see an improvement to the Turtle? Like, the Turtle is crap. The Siege Turtle. I was so excited. Do you guys remember? Oh my god, it was one of the streams that I did where I streamed their stream, and I was giving my live reaction, and I had like all these people watching because they were at work. A lot of people were at work and they couldn't watch Twitch at work. They could only watch YouTube, so they were watching my stream, and they were like, thank you so much. I remember I had like 75 people watching me, and I was just like, whoa, what the hell? It was really fun, and I had a good time. But I remember freaking out when they announced Siege Turtles, and they're like the biggest disappointment in the last like years. A more grounded expansion can make the other mounts more optimal to use. A small speed increase, especially on the turtle, would be ideal. Yeah, and it's also so slippery. Why is the turtle running on ice? Like, I get that it's like, it's, you know, it's a heavy mount and it's supposed to give you, but it just feels so slippery. I'm like, why is it so slidey? Like, it's just, like, does it have, like, you know, like, is it excreting, like, goo under its feet and it's constantly, like, oh, running on goo or something? One thing I'd like to see is them iterate on festivals some. The new skins are nice, but more things would be to the festival maps or something. Well, I did make a video about like Halloween. Did I do it for just Halloween? I think I did it for just Halloween, and I was thinking I would maybe. It ended up no one watched the videos, so I put so much effort. Oh my god, I put so much effort. This was like 2 Halloweens ago. I put so much effort into making. I think this was 2 Halloweens ago. Yeah, I think so. I put so much effort into making a strike. I made a video about a Halloween strike and how I would see them make a strike, and it was actually involving the Castle Thorn that we see up in the sky in many of the maps, and we haven't been able to actually go to the physical castle. So the strike mission that I had imagined was going into the castle and going through the courtyard and kind of like going along and seeing like and where actually the strike mission is us as the people, right? Because the lore behind killing Mad King Thorn, right, was that the villagers kind of eventually got sick and tired of him being king, and they broke. There was like a rebellion or something, and they broke into the castle and they ended up like killing him and stuff. Like, you know, it's really bad. Like, whatever. And you guys can watch that video if you want to. But my idea was that we play out. This is like a play that we kind of have where there's actually the actual Mad King Thorn is above the strike the whole time, and he has like, he almost plays like a little bit like marionettes, like little puppets, and we're like part of like this play that he plays out, and it's kind of like how he died in the end or whatever, like that, and we fight him. He's like the boss in the end or something. And that was kind of like my strike idea, because I really think, like, you know, Winter's Day has a strike. I really think every festival should have a strike at this point. You know, because we talk about how the expansion's releasing now and we're only getting such limited amount of strikes every year, and like PvE, like endgame content and stuff, you know, like we get 1 fractal, we haven't been getting any raids, dungeons have been abandoned, like all these things, right? So, you know, maybe getting strike missions for all of the festivals, so that kind of maybe satisfies, because we have so many festivals throughout the year, so that maybe satisfy, you know, some of those people a little bit, satisfies those people. I want to shoot my cannons on my turtle. I need another person. Yeah, that is weird, right? That they don't give us the option, like, because we have the option when we're on the turtle. That's actually a really good point, and that's something that I've thought about a lot, and I've never put that into like actual like words. But it's right, because we have the option of making open access or restricted, right? We should have like another option maybe where we do like manual cannon mode or something, where we operate the cannons. You're 100% correct. It's and we have all these buttons. What are these buttons for if not to operate the cannons? Clearly the cannons are moving where I'm... See, they're moving whenever I'm moving. So there's clearly, like, they're following where I'm going, but I can't shoot. I have ammo available, but I can't shoot. You're 100% right. Yes, that is so bad, isn't it? Look at how the... Like, the turtle... Here. Look at how slippery it is. Why is it so slippery? Why am I gliding on the ground like that? Whee! See, I'm trying to like turn and I can't. It's bad. Okay, I don't like this, guys. I don't. Maybe a PvE meta that's very similar to what was before. Lots of siege damage, needs to progress to make that, and add siege mastermind to multiple. Well, they did try to do that though, right? So like, I'm not disagreeing necessarily with you, but they did try to do that with Gyaladelv, for example, because in Gyaladelv you have multiple places, and obviously I haven't explored on this character anything. But in Yellow Delve, you have like, you know, you go to like each of the little like, you know, each room or whatever, and then you have the little the fortresses that you have to like break into. I don't remember where they all are, but you have to go into it and you have to use the turtles to get into it, right? But again, we can't operate the cannons. So when you go into your turtle, you just sit there and you press 1. And then you wait 10 seconds. And you press 1. And then you wait 10 seconds. That's not fun. That's not engaging, right? So I half agree with your comment where, yes, maybe having a world versus world style, like I like that. Like having a big siege on a castle, that would be really, really cool. But we need actual siege that we can operate on our own pets. You're so annoying. Please stop kicking the bag. So I kind of, it's kind of funky, right? The needs fleshing out. The enemy hardly takes any time at all. That one. What's another one? What's another one that would need some fleshing out? There's a couple that are kind of like, you know, I feel like the Festival of the Four Winds hasn't really seen any additions in years now. Like they kind of combined the Crown Pavilion with the Festival of the Four Winds, and you do get like a lot to do, but it's still like, you know, getting a new weapon set every year is just kind of like, okay, you know, getting a couple armor pieces, okay, you know, it's like we need content for those things. We need actual like, you know, wouldn't it be kind of cool to have like new enemies to fight in the little, like in the arena up top, atop the Crown Pavilion? Like they could add that. I mean, they could add like new enemies to that, right? I don't think that would be too much work to add an enemy with some new mechanics in there or something. And they don't all have to be like Liadri the Darkness or whatever she's called, right? Like that type of level of strong, but like just, you know, some fun little enemies, you know. It's like, you know, have like Astro Ward members or something like in disguise or something, like join up, you know, kind of get a use out of some of these characters that we have been introduced to or something. I don't know, that would be interesting. Thematically, the Raptor might fit with Verdant Cascade. It would, what I would add to it, maybe super speed when you're close proximity with other mounted players, Raptor packs. Okay, that's an idea. But I mean, is speed really the problem with the Raptor? Is that what would my question would be? Does that really enhance the Raptor enough to the point where you're like, where you would use that over other, would you, like, because what we're competing with the Sky Scale right now, right? Like the Sky Scale is the like jack of all trades, and it's the one that everyone uses. Like even if you're looking to go from like from here to over here, which is all on land and you don't need to fly, 90% of players will go on their Sky Scale and fly over there anyways, right? So we need something that's competitive with the Sky Scale. Super speed, okay, that kind of like, if you can get other people to get on their Raptor, but then you're counting on other people to get on their Raptor so that you can get super speed out of it, right? So I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea, but I just think we need something that really makes the Raptor, and I don't think my idea was really good either with the like towing stuff behind. I think now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, it's actually a really stupid idea. But I think like we need something that like really competes with the Sky Scale in terms of masteries. And it's so hard to like come up with something, you know, because they've made it just so versatile and so easily accessible, and so like it is just, you know, and I hate ArenaNet for it because they ruin their own experience. Because like I said, one thing that I like to, like, do you guys see me mount up a lot? Like when I level characters or when I go into like new maps, I don't mount up a lot. I don't like to mount up. With Secrets of the Obscure, they force you to mount up. You have to mount up non-stop because, you know, because of various reasons, like you're traveling across, you know, islands, or you have to go up a ley line, or you have to carry something somewhere with your Sky Scale. You can't just like do it So it's like it's super sky scale focused, right? The whole expansion. And I hate ArenaNet for that because it just ruins the core experience. If I were to get on my sky scale, I would miss everything in this game. You miss everything in this game. It's like the core game wasn't designed to have sky scales around. So, if the turtle wasn't as slippery, the drivers would be more incentivized to actually move around. Yeah, 100%. And it's also like, you know, it's so slow to actually, it's so slow to actually start going. You know, like, because you get on the turtle, and I'm like turning around, and I'm like, slowly, slowly, slowly. Like, there's no reason for anyone to use this. Look, I don't even do good damage with it. Recharge on this is abysmal. Like, it's just bad. It just feels bad. It doesn't feel like no one uses them in the open world. Most of the time when you see someone using them in open world, it's someone like, it's usually like someone trolling or something. You know, they're kind of like trying to block the view because the siege turtles are humongous, you know? So it's one of those things, right? But it's just the turtle just feels bad, and I feel like it's such a shame that is the only 2-player mount that we have. I mean, I don't know. I just wish we had something a little different. I like the addition of mounts in the game. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate that, but it's just one of those things where I don't know. The Lunar New Year needs some addition. Yeah, I just a lot of it kind of feels disconnected too. Like whenever Lunar New Year happens, I even forget half of the activities that I can do because they feel like they don't necessarily fit thematically or something. Like, don't we have the Dragon Ball Arena? I haven't done the Dragon Ball Arena in like 75,000 years. And that's like part of the Lunar New Year, isn't it? See, I don't even know. So I don't know. It's just, yeah. So that's definitely something I would like to see improved. I feel like we just need some additions, and I think what ArenaNet needs to aim for is they need to implement systems for the festival specifically that makes it easy for them to every year add something new in. So like when we talk about the Crown Pavilion, right, the Festival of the Four Winds, which has the Crown Pavilion, we have the battle arenas at the top. Like I said, that is easy to every year add like a couple of new characters that we can fight. Every year you just add like 2 more characters that you have as an option as fighting, and you can make achievements for fighting both of them where you get, you know, whatever like skin that of a weapon that they wield or something, you know, and you have like, that's, you know, and if you like beat them with like God knows the not the challenge mode, but what are the little challenges that you have for each of the battles. If you activate so many of them, or whatever, the gambits or whatever they're called, if you activate so many gambits, you can get like a shiny version of that weapon or something. It glows, right? It's not just like a plain sword, but it's a sword that has a cool trail and it glows or something, right? And that's like an easy thing to like add every year, right? So I feel like ArenaNet for the festival specifically, in order to, because the idea is that like if you add something to festivals every year or every 2 years or whatever it is, right, you eventually run out of things that you can possibly add, and that becomes kind of boring. So look at this guy like floating. Did you guys see like Ippos just floating? So the idea would be to add systems in place where ArenaNet can actively every year add something to it, right? So like for the Lunar New Year, we have the little the thing in Divinity's Reach, right, where you go into the middle dome and you have all those challenges that you do. just add new challenges to that. They don't have to be themed after the celestial animals or whatever, right? I know that they usually are themed after that, but they could just like add other things in there, other challenges in there that are not themed after an animal or something, right? And you know, add those every year and just kind of refresh, you know, and refresh some of the older content. And you know, that would be like maybe something that we could see added. They just need to give more mounts, give the mounts more widespread uses. Jackals have a specific use with jackal portals, but outside of Path of... That's a really good point. Jackal portals, we haven't seen those anywhere. I could totally see those come back for like Janthier, where we have like Mersat portals or Janthier people, Jantherians as I like to call them, Jantherian portals or something where we can use the jackal. So, that'd be so cool. So we could definitely see the jackal like be used. So what else could we do with the jackal? How would you guys feel? Because the jackals are based off of demons from the realm of torment, right? They have the 6 eyes and stuff. How about some kind of visionary mastery line where like you have to press, like you're on your jackal. This is not my jackal. This is my jackal, I hope. Nope, that is my Springer. This is my jackal right here. You're on your jackal and you press like the 2 skill and it like change, and you get like I don't know, like a sepia tone over your screen or something, right? And you see it in like a different light and it pops out like different things that you can see. All of a sudden you can see different things. Like you can like, you know, like how dogs, like almost like a dog sense where you can like see like smells or something, and you can be like, oh, there's something over there, and you can go over there and you can like dig something out of the ground. And that's like one way to get like rewards in the new maps, is you have to go around with your jackal and you have to dig up like treasure or something. Would that be interesting? I feel like that would be interesting to me, but I don't know. I wish the Black Sizzler was in Festival Love. It's my least visited main city. Is that your least favorite visited main city? Let me think. Yeah, mine too. I agree. It's my least visit. If you're not a char, there's nothing. You're right. Yeah. So one thing that people talked about was the Meetoberfest, right? And that was one idea that people had. This is not something that I have. Meetoberfest happens up here. Many people would talked about that a char themed festival would be a Meetoberfest in the Citadel. And they could have it like, they could do so cool. They could have like all these different like mini games revolving around like doing different like meat themed things. You know, you cook different meats or you make different meats, or you have to like, you know, there's like different things that you could do. You know, and like they could have like, you know, and you could have like a butcher's outfit or something that you could have like something like everything meat themed, and you just do it in like the Black Citadel, and you know, and you can theme it around, oh, now that the Civil War is done and we're one char and the Khan-Er has been elected, you know, whoever that's gonna be. Who do you guys think Khan-Er is gonna be? I don't know who's even in the running. I know Malice. It's Malice. It's Ember. It's Ember Doomforge. That's right. She's the new Imperator for the for Iron. Malice, Ember. What's her face? Krisha for Blood. Who am I missing? That's it, right? Ash, Iron, Blood. Oh, what am I missing? Oh, Flame. Oh, that would be kind of cool. Seeing what's his name? It's not. What's the Flame guy? What's the Flame Imperator? Oh my god, I can't remember his name. It would be cool if he became Khan-Er. That like how like a redemption story for the Flame Legion, like how they were hated for so long now, and then like they are now on a redemption path, and then now the Imperator becomes Khan-Er. The Flame Legion Imperator becomes Khan-Er. Because he was really cool. He's like my favorite char ever. Like Ridlock is cool and all, but I think that guy is my favorite. Ephraim. That's it. Ephraim. It just came to me. One idea I don't particularly like is to retrospectively nerf the sky skill by having a map with aerial hazards or mobs that can snipe you out of the air. I would hate that. I would really hate that if they were to do that. I get the idea of like wanting to nerf it, but the problem is the thing is, and that's kind of ArenaNet's MO though, is like creating their own, like they create their own problems. You know, it's like they tie their own shoelaces together and then they trip over it and they're like, God damn it, we tied our shoelaces together again. God damn it, how do we do that? You know, and that would be kind of one of those things, right? They create the sky scale as like this be all end all mount of all things, right? It's like, forget the other mounts. Who needs a raptor when you can just fly everywhere with your sky scale? And then to just go and be like, yeah, but in the new expansion, you can't fly. You know, or something. I mean, that would be just kind of silly. I feel like that would be kind of, you know, for people that are new, they would be like, oh, I just worked on my sky scale through Secrets of the Obscure, and then in the next expansion that released a year later, we can't use it because there are mobs attacking me, and it just is very difficult, and it's not fun. It's just unfun, right? It would be a very unfun implementation. So I don't know. I feel like I just feel like in that sense, I'm not one of those people that's like, you know, because we talk about like balance and stuff, and like people like always talk about like, you know, some people, not everyone, but some people talk about how balance should be like, oh, you bring up other classes to how the tops are. But it's like, well, no, you should really like, because that's how you get power creep. So you should really like consider nerfing some of them to this, to like, you need to set a standard, right? And you need to set a like, I feel like that's what the balance team kind of misses sometimes. It's like, for balancing, you have to like set a standard. Where do you want the median to be, right? It's like, don't use Snowcrow's benchmarks, but like for your own game, what do you want the median to be? What do you want people to do damage wise when they're facing a level 80 character, right? Where do you want them to be? And then try to bring all the elite specs and weapons to that level, right? That should be your goal. The problem is ArenaNet doesn't have any goals, so they kind of just like look at what Snowcrows has and they're like, oh, this one is overperforming, so we need to bring up something else to kind of match with that. And then this one is like underperforming, and we need to bring that up too. And you know, it's kind of like all over the place. I feel like there's no like rhyme or reason to it sometimes. But when it comes to balancing mounts, I feel like bringing it up to the standard of like a sky scale now wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing. So I feel like the idea is, instead of nerfing the sky scale, bring up the other mounts to the level of the sky scale would be my idea. But that's tough to do. You know, that's very tough to do. What are we gonna do? Attach wings to our raptor and make that be fly, my little raptor? You know, it's like, it's kind of tough to do that. One thing, I think the good point here is the jackal portals. You know, really like just put those more often. I think because they like, you know, that's really something that's unique to the jackal that overrides sky scale accessibility, right? So I think that's something that's a really good idea. I like that. There's so many new people that I can't even finish this hard. Not that I'm complaining, because I love having new people in the game, but like, holy crap, what do I do? Maybe Jackal can sniff out invisible walls. Oh, there you go. That's an interesting one. Or just like kind of see through invisible walls, right? You kind of like, you look at like, you go across here, and like I said, you turn on the eye sensor thing, and all of a sudden you can see, oh, you can see through that. You can see through that invisible wall. And you can actually go through it, right? It's like, because they're almost like mist creatures, you know, because they're like demons that were transformed by the Jinn, right? So they're like closer to being mist creatures. So we talk about how like the Mersat can like phase out of existence, and they can phase into this half world kind of place, right? So maybe have like the Mersat have created different pockets, you know, different like buildings or caves or whatever, right, where it's like, ooh, only if you can phase out of existence can you actually enter these buildings or something, right? And we can have the jackal have the ability to do that, like gain the ability to do that, right? Because they're like closer to the mists, because they're like demon creatures, right? So they're like, they kind of So have them have the ability to see through those things and like phase through it, and then you can enter like different areas and stuff.
Talk to me.
And more Lord Farron. So the idea isn't necessarily bad. It just sounds like something. I don't know, because I feel like in my opinion, and this is kind of where I think that Arena has been really good with doing like quality of life changes and stuff. I really think like having something where they're like, I think they can kind of combine the two things of having a new expansion, and I've talked about this before, where I would love to see them do an expansion of going back and redoing old content, right? So the idea being that, and I've talked about this many times, but the idea being that you go in and for an expansion, you go in and you revitalize the old maps so that you implement quality of life changes. You kind of focus on that with like things like clutter and rewards and whatever, right, all over the place. But you also look back at older maps and have like a series of, you have the initial release, and the initial release has like a bunch of quality of life stuff, but you don't get a new map. You get maybe like a new mastery line. We could do like a new mastery line in the sorry, I'm gonna turn this off a second. We could have a mastery line, and this guy talking right in my ear is like, shut up. It's like hard to talk when someone's talking right in your ear. We could have more Central Tyria masteries, right? We could have something where they add like new Central Tyria masteries to kind of help with the clutter, with the quality of life improvements, like, area loot, like, with that, like automatic looting, like auto looting and stuff like that. Like stuff like that they could have added in, but also go through and look at some of the older maps. I've talked about how I really would love for them to go through and just kind of like, they can have it like in regional things. They could say like, okay, every 3 months we tackle 2 different areas of the world, and we kind of revitalize the maps in that sense, where we add new adventures, we add new races, and we look at old events that maybe are not just necessarily broken or bug often, but also maybe like change them up, maybe make them more interesting. We have so many new systems. Like when we look at like newer expansions, like Path of Fire and End of Dragons and stuff, like they have like very interesting events that do happen. Like specifically Xingji Island has like a lot of different things that they have like implemented like system wise and stuff for events that I would like to see implemented in the core game, right? Because the thing is, you're trying to build your player base, trying to like build up your game and get more people involved and stuff, but the first thing that they see is the core game, and the core game hasn't been touched like ever. Like they haven't gone back and done anything to these maps since the new player experience. They haven't done anything to these maps. So I would really love for them to go back and like do an expansion where, yes, they do a bunch of quality of life changes, but also like go back to old maps, and they can have these like return to achievements and stuff. Like even for us veterans, they could have all these rewards and stuff by going around and saying, okay, you have to do every new event that's there. You have to do this event 1 time or something, or you have to, you have to go around and you have to like collect different things. Like we're putting like lore books around the different maps and stuff, like Plains of Ashford, and we kind of like talk about things maybe that have happened in the interim years since the release of the game, and we're kind of adding these things. Or like you have to meet all the new NPCs that we're adding, where we're taking like old NPCs maybe that are like there and we're adding new ones in or something, and they kind of like do all these like tiny little bits without adding like new whatever, right? I'll be right back, guys. Gotta check something real quick. Be right back. that, guys? Okay. My friend works in game programming, and he always says balance is less about bringing everything to the same level, but it is instead about shaking up the meta so people start rethinking their comms. Hmm. The problem that I see with that, my hair's like all over the place. I just looked in the mirror and I was like, holy crap. It's also getting way too long. I gotta get a haircut. Oh, this event starts again. I'm just kind of hanging out here. I'm gonna hang out with this guy. Hello. So
There's tar everywhere. We've also got elementals emerging.
you guys can still hear it, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm like, I turned it off. I turned off the sound for myself because I have to like think for a second. So the problem that I see with balancing the game, balancing it not to a certain level, but like trying to shake up things, is that you will have, you know, if that is your only goal, is to shake up the meta and just say, oh, okay, we're just changing, you know, we're going in and we're looking at warrior rifle and we're changing all the skills on warrior rifle and we're doing all these things and you know, but you're not using a specific, like, this is what we're aiming for, and you just make them crazy like strong or whatever, then that becomes the new meta and everyone plays that. And then, you know, the problem with ArenaNet is that they don't do that too often. So then you would probably have this weapon that's overpowered for the next, like, God knows how many years, and it becomes boring then, because it's like, okay, well, they redid the rifle on warrior and they made it like super awesome and super cool and super whatever, right? And it's like the best thing ever, and that's the only thing that you see getting played in World vs. World, right? So there has to be some kind of balance where they do have, they do need to, I think the issue with them is that they don't set any goals that they are looking for, right? The thing is they need to have kind of goals that they meet, and then also look at shaking it up, because I don't disagree with shaking stuff up, because I really think ArenaNet doesn't change some of the skills often enough. Like, there's certain skills that haven't been touched, and I always will talk about it. Emily knows exactly what I'm about to say, okay? And I've been saying this for so many years now. But, like, guys, if you want to look at a skill that is completely and utterly useless and has not been touched since 2012, all you need to do is look at, and we're looking at it right now, actually. I'm looking at it right now, is Freezing Gust on Elementalist, okay? Freezing Gust is the Elementalist focus 4. Emily knows. She knows, okay? Emily, she knows. This is Warhorn. These are the Warhorn skills. But that's the thing. It's like they need to shake things up. I'm just equipping. Oh no, I have a legendary. I can equip a legendary here. Freezing Gust. Look at this ability, and I'm gonna go into a level. I'm gonna go into level 80 map. I like to go to Cursed Shore. I've talked about this yesterday. Oh, I know. Oh, she knows. Yes, it would be so nice if they reprioritized auto loot so that it was first or second choice instead of last. Same with lands on Warclaw. It's essential to dismount someone, so it should be first. I don't know about that. I mean, I feel like you get to that point where you unlock those anyways. I feel like having auto loot as like the last one in the line as of right now is pretty good, because it's a pretty strong thing, and it's kind of like a big reward. Like, I really think this is like a huge reward, right? This is, and I feel like this is what makes this entire line so profitable, or not profitable, but like satisfactory, right? It's like I get the satisfaction about finishing this line because I'm getting that very last one, and it's just so good, right? If I'm getting to like 2, this is where auto loot is. I don't care about the rest, because most of these are pretty, like, you can revive players faster now. and remove durability and down penalties on a successful revive. Half of that doesn't even apply anymore. You can now trade pack supply. Like, none of these would matter to me. I don't care about that. Like, I don't care about the pack supply agents. Like, I barely ever visit them. So I don't, so if I were to get to that advanced logistics at level 2, I wouldn't care about getting to the rest of it. You know what I mean? So I feel like it is good. It's a good incentive to get all of these done. So you get all these other bonuses that maybe you will use, but your ultimate goal is, I want that auto loot. That's the most interesting and useful one. So I like that it's on the bottom of it. If they were to add more lines to it, I wouldn't say, oh, move advanced logistics lower. I would just leave it at that. But create interesting lines nonetheless, because like I said, some of these you can now use the mentoring badge. Okay, whatever, I don't care. How many times have I used my mentoring badge? Like, never. You now gain 10% experience bonus from all crafting that grants experience. Okay, higher chance of critical crafting. I mean, is that super like important? Like, I wouldn't, if this was level, like if they were to swap productive downtime with advanced logistics, I would be like, yeah, I'm not working on that. If I get it, I get it, right? Like, if I get enough points and I get enough experience, I'll get it. But that's, you kind of have a goal set here with these advanced logistics. Like, I like that, But anyways, use Freezing Gust, guys. Look at this. 106 damage, a fourth second of chill, and that's it, okay? Look at this. Wow, are you impressed? Doesn't that look cool? And that's all it does. I attacked like a couple times after that because I had auto attack on. That's all it does. And then you wait 20 seconds and that's all it does. This skill has not seen any improvements whatsoever. So the problem is that ArenaNet focuses, like, they look at certain skills and look at this skill versus some of the like other skills that I've seen like revisions all the time. Okay, and it really shows you that ArenaNet doesn't pay attention to all of their skills. They need to look at all of the different skills and bring them all up to the same level. That's why I talk about the same level, because you want to have utility skills. You have an option of like, God knows how many utility skills, and it's just so quiet without sound. There's no reason for me to wear headphones. But you have all of these utility skills, but if only like 4 of them are really like the top, because we're not balancing by a bar, we're just balancing by like, oh, whatever we feel like that's crazy, like make these crazy or whatever, right? Then you leave behind so many other ones. You need to have some kind of standard. What do you want your utility skills to do, right? You kind of have to, and I feel like Arena kind of loses out on that because it doesn't feel like they have goals set in that way, I'm so impressed, right? Aren't you so impressed by that Freezing Gust? Oh my god, it's like the strongest thing ever. I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know what I'm gonna have to do. I want to create a meme. that talks about Freezing Gust. I just don't know what kind of meme. I want to create a meme, and I don't know. And I tell you guys, every time we get a balance patch, I tend to go either on Reddit or on Twitter, and I will literally comment. Obviously, I never anyone like says anything about it, but I comment on there saying something along the lines of like, another balance patch and Freezing Gust hasn't been touched, because it hasn't been touched, and Freezing Gust isn't the only skill in the game. I just like to use it as an example because it's just such an awfully bad skill. It's just terrible. It's awful. Okay. It's, chill is such a non-whatever, right? And it's only 4 seconds of chill, and then you have a 20-second cooldown, and the damage is abysmal. The skill does nothing, okay? It's literally a dead skill. So, whoa, hello. He just like appeared right on top of me. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I don't know. That's so when we talk about balancing, and I don't know much about balancing, but in my eyes, when you have a system in place, when you have things where because there is so many utility skills in the game, there's so many traits in the game, and I understand that it's hard to balance all of it. I totally get it. It must be a freaking nightmare to balance all of those things, okay? I do not disagree with that sentiment at all, okay? But the thing is that you need to make it as easy on yourself as possible. And I feel like Arena doesn't do that. I feel like the balancing team doesn't do that. Like I said, you need to set yourself goals. You need to say, where do I want balancing to be? What is the standard that we want to meet, right? Because they always, in their balancing posts, they now talk about like, oh, okay, well, we think this was overperforming, so that's why we're balancing this. It's like, you're basing this off of, like many people have said, like you're basing this off of like Snowcross, like a third-party website that is based off of like Golem benchmarks. Like that's what you're balancing. Like as a team that's creating the game, you should have a vision for your balance in said game, and you should have like, this is what I want these skills to do. This is what I want these sets of skills to do. This is where I want this elite specialization to go. You know, we have some healing specializations. We have some boon support specializations. We have some DPS specializations, and it's like, this is the standards that I want to meet. But there's such a huge discrepancy between some of those things. We have some elite specializations that completely outperform others. Condition Virtuoso is their new baby, right? It's the new firebrand, because during Path of Fire era, the firebrand was the one that was like overperforming in everything. You could have a raid squad of 10 firebrands and you'd be solid, because they can fill any role and they're just fine, and they can pump out all the stuff and they can do everything and whatever. And that's kind of has been brought down, but now Condition Virtuoso has that, right? They've been brought up. Apparently, I don't play it. I mean, I'm leveling one right now, but I don't play it actively. I like Mirage, and Mirage has been just nerfed into the ground. It just doesn't. I don't play Mirage really that much anymore, because it just doesn't really feel that great anymore. Really, it doesn't. It's not bad, but it just kind of. It's annoying when you're playing a spec and months after years and years, you constantly keep getting nerfs to your class, because you get to your profession or your specialization or whatever, you know. It's like you keep playing the same character, but you see the character getting weaker over time because they're nerfing it constantly, and you're just like, oh god, this is annoying, because it's like, okay, I used to perform this way with this character, and now I'm like not so good with that character anymore, and it kind of becomes annoying, you know. So but I just think that ArenaNet needs to, you know, overall, I think ArenaNet needs to set themselves some goals, and they need to aim for those goals. You know, it's like Elementalist has fallen behind so much over the years. Elementalist is literally drowning in just badness, okay? The utility skills are bad. The survivability on it is just like really bad. You have to play piano, and you've had to. The thing is, the whole playing piano on Elementalist has existed since the inception of Guild Wars 2. And then they had the Tempest specialization came out, and that was supposed to kind of fix that, because the Tempest specialization was supposed to kind of give them a little bit of like, okay, you don't have to necessarily swap into a new element. You can kind of, you know, if you want to stick in one element, you can kind of do that through the overloads, and you don't necessarily have to switch, because you're getting more out of your, like, I can get that tornado out of fire every so often, and that's like a really good skill, and you can kind of stick around, and maybe you don't want to necessarily swap elements or whatever, you know. And so they kind of alleviated that, but it's like, so Tempest is like okay, but it's still you know, there's so many things that you know, staff has fallen behind. You know, they've looked at a couple of the skills, they've updated some of the skills, but the problem with Elementalist also is, I think one of the biggest things is when you compare the different elements. Okay, they focus so much on fire, because that is like the DPS one, right? They focus so much on fire that they, like, specifically on the skills, and I'm not talking about traits, I'm not talking about utility skills, I'm talking specifically about weapon skills. When they update weapon skills on Elementalist, it's usually fire skills. usually fire skills are the ones that get like the majority of updates. Maybe some of the water skills because healing is a big thing. But a lot of the earth skills don't get updates. A lot of the like the lightning, the air magic ones don't get updates, and it's like, you know, you need to find you need to like, you know, you need to set a standard for this weapon, and then you need to bring all the skills to that. You know, it's just like I said, focus is so bad on Elementalist. It might be good in, it might be okay in PvP. I don't know if anyone plays it in PvP, but it's such a bad weapon overall. Like, the skills are just bad compared to like everything else. They just don't perform good. So, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, so my question is, would you guys rather see new weapons? Like, okay, so here's my question. You know, to give you guys, you know, to kind of give you guys more things to think about and voice your opinions or whatever. Not that I can do anything about that, but like, you know, let anyone know about your opinions. But would you guys rather have new weapons that we're getting for the expansion, like new weapon proficiencies, or would you guys rather have them go and remake a bunch of the weapons, like redo a bunch of the skills, go back and like redo all of the necro staff skins and completely redesign staff and like make it completely different? Maybe keep some the idea of like having marks, you know, as a thing or whatever, but like, you know, kind of change everything that has to do with staff, like all the abilities get like revised, the auto gets revised, like all of the skills. Would you like, or and maybe take like 2 weapons for each profession and change those up? Would you rather have 1 new weapon, or would you have 2 changed weapons? Because I honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I would like to see not new weapons, because, and here's my reason for that. I would like to see them revise some of the old weapons, because ArenaNet already has such big issues with balancing as is. The more skills, the more weapons, the more whatever you add into the mix, the harder it's going to be to balance, right? Every new weapon creates even more of a headache of balancing. You know, so I would rather see them updating the weapons that we do have in game and bring them up to a 20. The problem isn't just like that the skills aren't good or strong or whatever. The problem also is that a lot of them are just kind of like the marks, for example. Those are stuck in like 2014 or something. 2014, I think, is the last time they updated the marks on, you know, because we were specifically talking about like Necromancer's staff. Those marks were like, I think staff was last touched in like 2014. That was 10 years ago. Okay, like 10 years ago, we have this weapon that hasn't changed any of the skills on it for 10 years. That's a long time not to touch skills. Bam. Explode. Die, lady. So I think personally, I would rather see them go back and say, okay, instead of adding new weapons, we're looking at 2 specific weapons, and be specific about it, right? Like, really be like, okay, you know, and be very like deliberate and very aggressive with it. I want to see new icons. I want to see new mechanics. I want to see, there's so many like, one thing that I love to look at is during season 3, the White Mantle, specifically most of the White Mantle during season 3, but specifically the Elementalists, they got a whole slew of different abilities and animations and stuff that we don't have any access to at all. Like, if you guys want to see some cool animations on weapon skills, like they have one for Earth, the Elementalists, they will use an Earth, where they have like, it's a ground targeted, right? It's like one of these, and they pop it on the ground, and it's these Earth spikes that come out. That's so cool. I'm just like, man, why can't I use that? I want to use that. Like, let me use that. Like, update my staff, update my Elementalist staff for me to use that. I want to use that. Okay? Like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. You know, reusing assets is not a bad idea, but I feel like there's so many specifically animations in the game that we don't have access to. So it's like, okay, you don't have to you don't have to necessarily reuse the same animation on these weapon skills. You have animations in game that you haven't used for anything, you know, and they can take, like, I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to take something that's maybe that looks a little different and make it fit like a mesmer, right? By just maybe taking the animation and coloring it purple, taking some kind of sword animation from like the you know, I don't know, randomly from like some kind of necromancer that's been in game or something, and just coloring it purple and being like, well, this is a mesmer skill now because it's purple. Well, that's fine. It's a reused asset, but it's something that maybe we don't have really anywhere or haven't seen too much of or something like that. You know, it's like that's the kind of stuff that I would like to see. I don't want new weapons, honestly. I just want some of the weapons that we have in game to be good, because there's many of them that are just not. You know, rifle on warrior, I just talked about that earlier. Necromancer's staff is horrible. Elementalist, like, I mean, pistol isn't even good, so whatever. Pistol, focus, like, kind of seeing a revision on those. What else? Oh, Horus. Horus!
I don't want to go back. Don't take me back.
Don't take me back. We have a splendid chest. Definitely update the old ones. Yeah, and you know what? And that's I'm hoping, like, that is my hope for. See, I don't get any. I'm getting weapons that I can use. I'm getting staff. I'm getting spears. I'm getting scepters. I'm getting pistols, but I'm not getting any. There's a couple warhorns here. Torch. But I'm not getting any daggers. Do you guys see that? I don't get no daggers. A torch there as well. Opening these, maybe I can get a dagger. Nope, no dagger here. No dagger for me. And my dagger is now becoming out-leveled fast. I'm gonna see if I can find... I'm gonna go to a level... Let's go to a higher level area. Let's venture out. Where is easy access for me? Probably Kessex Hills, yeah? Yeah, let's go to Kessex. Yeah, I mean, I think it would make way more sense to update the old ones, because they can make them feel like new ones, right? Like, specifically for Necromancer, we know that right now the yeah, there we go. Egotism. Yeah. Specifically, like, sword, right? Sword is really good on Necromancer. It's super fun to use. It uses an animation. The auto attack uses an animation that's not used very often in game. It's only used on actually one skill in the game, and that's the Blade Sworn on the Dragon Slash, the long range Dragon Slash. So it's a good use of reused assets, right? This is a good way of reusing assets. I've kind of talked about there's a good way and a bad way. That's a good way because we've only had one other animation on that. So we use it for another weapon skill that kind of, it still feels unique enough, right? Because we don't see it that often. It's colored green, whatever, right? And that's exactly what I'm talking about. They took that animation and they colored it green, and now it's a Necromancer skill. It fits right in, right? So we can take something else, color that purple, and make it a Mesmer skill. We can take something colored blue, and it's now a Guardian skill, right? We can take it, make it light green, and it's a Ranger skill, right? It's like, it's so easy to kind of do that stuff, I feel like. That shouldn't be too hard to make. So I think having these weapons. So what are some weapons? We talked about some of the weapons, right? So what are some weapons that we would like to see revisions on? I think Engineer not rifle, but that just saw a revision. Engineer pistols. I think pistols maybe not so good, right? I think that I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't play Engineer, but I don't think pistol performs that well. So maybe seeing a revision on maybe both pistols, dual wield pistol.
It's more dangerous up ahead.
What else could we see? I would like to see maybe a revision. So, I talked about warrior rifle, elementalist focus 100%, staff on elementalist as well. I would like to see. On there, not so much. Like there's some skills that still kind of feel good on staff. Maybe just like update them, but like they don't necessarily need new animations. But some of those skills, like on staff, like they definitely need something new. What else do we have? Can't think of anything. What would we do on Mesmer? On Mesmer, what would we pick on Mesmer that needs maybe a revision? Scepter maybe? Scepter feels a little they haven't really, I mean, they have updated, like, it does torment damage now and stuff, but maybe seeing like new Scepter skills there. Maybe even on Guardian, maybe updating Scepter as well. I know a lot of people like are sick and tired of that Scepter, and they were kind of happy with gun with the pistol coming into the game, that kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know. What other weapons would you guys like to see? Necromancer, like I said, staff, 100%. Let's go say hi to our bird friend. We have 3 of those. I in the video that I talked about, I only talked about one. I think about the one that's way up there, maybe, or this guy. But there's actually 3. There's one here. Hello, mister. Look at him. His animations are so stiff. And then there's actually one over there. And then there's one further down even. Yeah, there's one way over on the side here. So I didn't even, yeah, that was the thing. I didn't even notice that there was 3 of them until like way after I made the video on it. I was like, what? There's 3 of them? Never noticed that. So there you go. Oh, great. I don't have any updated stuff. Alright. Leave me alone. Stop firing on me. Alright. There's a rat. Let's kill it. I don't know what other I don't know what other weapons we could do. What other thief? Thief is kind of tough because I feel like I don't know. Thief.
Weakness makes me sick.
What would we do on Thief? Maybe update like Pistol or something. Like Pistol doesn't underperform, but I feel like it's become kind of boring of a weapon. Maybe Pistol on Mesmer too. Pistol on Mesmer is like a little boring, I feel like. Yeah, it would be kind of tough to... Oh, Sword. Maybe Sword on Thief. Like, I feel like Sword has kind of fallen to the wayside, and I feel like it's kind of lost its identity. So maybe Sword on Thief? Let's see, like, a revision. Maybe doing, like, a real fencer. Like, I would love to see some actual, like... Because they do have a stabbing animation in the auto attack chain, but maybe making it, like, an actual, like, rapier kind of thing. Where it's all like stabbing, you stab like 3 attacks in a row for the auto attack or something, and actually be able to have it as like a duelist, kind of like a rapier duelist wielding kind of guy. So you kind of fill that fantasy trope out a little bit, because I feel like Thief would kind of fit into that trope. I think that would be kind of cool because you have like plenty of like rapier skins in the game too. So, and it feels like I don't like using the rapier skins because you don't have a sword that stabs, and that's what rapiers are for. So I feel kind of weird using rapier weapons when I'm slashing. Like, it's kind of weird. So I could definitely see that. Yeah, so you know, we were talking about like revisiting like old maps. Like Keswick Hills really needs, I feel like, some updates. You know, after the whole like Nightmare Tower of Nightmare and stuff over there, it's just kind of it feels like so like you know, like comparatively to like newer maps and stuff. I would look at like this. Look at this. I'm on the ground for God knows how long. It's like, you know, update some of the hearts, update some of the events that are happening, and maybe add more events. I feel like there's not enough events that happen. I mean, I don't know. Just as I say that, an event pops up, so let's go do it. Hello. Let's siege weapons. Siege weapons in I wonder. I can't. I don't think I can. Who said that?
I promise a painful end.
Where is this lady that's telling me to do this? Haha.
Your victory will be short-lived.
Kill the engineer.
Secure the bridge now. It doesn't go
Oh,
down
she's over there.
for nothing.
Come here. Secure the bridge now. Why don't you help? You're just standing over there doing nothing.
Drive the centaurs back. The centaurs are running. Fall back and I'll bomb the bridge.
And like, I wouldn't even mind if they were to maybe change how some of them function. So, one of the things that like Revenant does, right, is like, I think Revenant Hammer really needs a revision really badly. I think there really needs to be, like, Revenant Hammer just feels really bad. But I also feel that Revenant doesn't have any long range options. So maybe making it a solid long range option would be really good. I'm not a fan of the short bow. I mean, I like the short bow, but I don't like. I'm not a bow person in game usually. I don't like that. So I would like to see, you know, Scepter is just bad. I'm still upset about Scepter, guys, on Revenant. Okay. But I would love to see Hammer, like, see a revision. But you know, Revenant is one of those professions where, you know, they wield some of the weapons differently. Like, you know, Hammer is usually a melee weapon, but they use it long range, right? Like, I would love to see that maybe change even on some of the weapons that we have for existing classes. So, for example, how would we feel if, you know, when we look at, and then, you know, we just got like a mid-range weapon for the Necromancer, but what if we make Necromancer staff a close range weapon? So instead of like, you know, having abilities where you place the marks on the ground as like a, you know, like a what's it called, like a you know, where you have to target it on the ground, like a ground targeted thing, but actually make it to the point where, like, I'm attacking someone and like a mark appear, kind of like how the symbols work on a guardian or something. So you place like a mark underneath you or something, something along those lines. I want to help with the overlord. Just kind of like I said, really throw the status quo, the established thing out the window. Hold on, Sora, I'm coming. Ah!
Not even a scratch.
What's your opinion on mini expansions that have no new maps? Just why? So you actually just missed it because I just had a whole. I mean, I guess you must have missed it because I just talked about this. So I would love to see that. And I don't mind like repeating what I just said, but
Break your bones.
tracers of your race. Oh, I got a dagger, guys. Holy crap. I can't wield it. God damn it. God damn it. But yeah, so I just talked about it, and I really love the idea. I think it's a great idea. And I'm gonna have to find a safe place again to kind of explain. So I talked about how, because someone mentioned in chat earlier, they talked about how, and this was Miguel mentioned, I wouldn't mind if they added no new features and the selling point was huge quality of life improvements, clutter control, UI, HUD overhauls, and more Lord Farron, right? So the idea of going in and like, let's say, you know, I having the initial release be like a huge quality of life, UI, that type of stuff, like improvements on like how loot works, improvements on like all these different things, right? I would 100% love that. Okay, so doing that and then having like, you know, because you have like 3 releases after that, like taking like different regions every release or something, like take like 2 regions. So you take like the Tarnished Coast and Kryta for the first release, and you redo all the maps in it, and like you add like new collections to each map. Like we have a Queensdale collection, but they add like they revise some of the old events, right? So they like take some of these older events, maybe some that are kind of like these are kind of like functionally maybe a little boring, or they're kind of like they're kind of weird, or they bug out a lot or something, and we're going to replace it with something else. We're going to add some cool, you know, we have so many new mechanics and we have so many new things in the game since like, you know, since all these expansions have been added. So we can kind of add these new mechanics and these new systems and stuff into the older maps, right? And kind of revisit that, but also have at the same time like this whole quality of life stuff that happens in the expansion. I would 100% love that. And then at the same time, you know, we can talk about like, instead of adding new weapons, we're revising old weapons. And we can kind of like, you know, and we can call the expansion like, you know, Guild Wars 2 revisiting Tyria or something like that, right? And that's like kind of like, you know, that's the one expansion where we go back to core Tyria and we focus on core Tyria, maybe even focus on things that happen in the interim years, and kind of get a resolution on some of these things that have happened in the interim years or something. If they want to add some kind of story to it or something, they could have a couple of like story instances in each of the maps where maybe we meet some of the old characters and we kind of learn about what they have been up to, maybe some of the new struggles that they're facing, or, you know, like, you know, new friends that they have made or whatever it is, right? Like, you know, maybe having like in the char maps, like maybe having some Omicron appear, right? And like they're kind of like, well, you know, since you know the commander has kind of like brought us you know, along, you know, with the journey during season 4, you know, we kind of figured like maybe venturing outside of our island and maybe seeing, you know, we've learned so much from rocks, and you know, and we really realized that maybe the legions have changed and the char aren't just like bloodthirsty animals anymore, and that was the reason why we left, and we kind of like wanted to revisit, right? And we kind of see like maybe some Omicron characters hanging out, and we get a little bit of that, right? So you get like a mix of like new things, but you also improve the game for new players that are coming into the game, by like having these events that, you know, just kind of like, you know, have some new mechanics and look kind of nicer and feel better and stuff like that. You know, I would totally love to see that. I'm a huge advocate for that. I feel like the core game it's the core game is such a huge part of the game, but it doesn't get touched ever. You know, we have like random events where like, oh, the Awakened are attacking the Queensdale or whatever, right? It's like, oh my god, that's just like dumb. Like, new people don't know what that means. They, you know, they're just kind of like, oh, these are really strong NPCs and I'm dying constantly. I don't know what's happening. I don't know the story. Season 4 is like bazillions of years away. They don't know, you know, and it's just like, that's not really touching on old content, right? That's just kind of reutilizing, trying to repopularize old maps artificially, not naturally, I feel like, right? So, no, you're fine. You're fine. I mean, you know, you guys know me. I like talking in circles anyway, so not a big deal. not a big deal. But it's just really funny because I literally had just finished talking about it, and then you came in, and I was like, oh, okay, interesting. But yeah, I would love to see that. I would 100% love to see just a revision to Corteria. Just, you know, we don't need to get new maps all the time. I know that was one of the huge things that during season 1, a lot of people were upset about that. You know, we're not getting new maps, and, you know, South Sun Cove was like the only map that we saw getting added into the game and stuff, and it was just very much like, this is it, that's all we're getting kind of thing, and a lot of people were upset about that and whatever. But that's not the case anymore. We have so many maps now. We have dozens of maps. Okay, we're fine. We don't need any new maps. Go back to some of the older maps, and again, they can kind of combine. Oh my god, this is like insane. I have an undead army on me right now. They can kind of combine this whole thing with. Not live very long, did I? And they can combine it with, you know, looking at bugged events from those, right? There's so many bugged events out there. There's so many events out there that still to this day, like, they're like, oh my god, that's gonna fail. That's gonna not happen. That's not gonna work, right? And they can utilize it. They kind of wrap it all into one, fixing old things that are happening, strengthening the core game, you know, and kind of like going back and strengthening their world building and their lore by revisiting these old areas and maybe talking about the things that are happening in that area, and that sort of stuff, you know. And I really, really think that there is merit to that. I think it is about time that we go back and we just polish up the core game and bring it up from 2012 to 12 years later to 2024, you know, or whenever this expansion would be released, I think. And they can design it, you know, because a lot of people would be like, well, that's so boring, because for us veterans players, we've been into these maps hundreds of times. Like I said, they can make it interesting. They can add new collections, they can add new events in there. They, you know, with having like that could incentivize maybe old veterans starting new characters and saying like, you know, hey, we revisited Necro Staff and it completely feels different, and at the same time we looked at Plains of Ashford, right, for this expansion. Like, I'm just saying, like, one of the maps, right, is Plains of Ashford. So it's like incentivizes veteran players to maybe make new characters, new leveling characters, to try out these new weapons in the new map, and maybe they could have even an achievement where it's like, oh, level a new character to level 80 or something, level a new necromancer to level 80 or something like that, you know, or something along those lines, right? Like, and people could be like, oh, they can just skip it if they want to and just utilize their scrolls and stuff, their tomes of knowledge. I mean, it's like, whatever, if they want to do that, they can do that, but that kind of incentivizes maybe some of the older players, you know, to engage with the newer players on like a different level, rather than, because one of the things that's kind of that bugs me nowadays in, oh god, I don't have any waypoints anywhere close. One of the things that kind of bugs me nowadays that I see a lot in game is that I see many of the veteran players, you know, they get new players come into the game, and veteran players are like, okay, well, rush through the game, rush through the core game, because no one cares about it. It's just a tutorial. I'm going to rush you through it, right? I'm going to help you level up as fast as possible, forget everything that you've seen, because the real game doesn't start until level 80, because all the expansion content is way better. It's way higher quality. You get way better rewards. You get things that actually matter. And all this stuff until 80 is just kind of teaching you the game, but I can teach you the game. Don't worry about it. Just rush to the end, get yourself equipment, and then you can raid with us tomorrow. Right, and I've made that argument many times. That is something that happens so often, right? So often I see that where it's like, you know, where they get rushed through by the veterans, because the veterans are just focusing on the newer content. But what if we make the older content relevant? what if as a level, like maybe they implement something where I go back as a level 80 character into places like Kessex Hills and Queensdale, but I actually get rewards for level 80 characters, like more so than I already do. Like maybe we can activate, we have one system in Drizzlewood Coast. In Drizzlewood Coast we have, you can get the what are they called? The medal, the medals, the medals of honor or whatever, and you can get different medals, and you can kind of decide how you distribute those. Why can't we have that same system for the core Tyria for level 80 characters, where we say, okay, I want to, if I go to Kryda or something, or maybe just have it set for all of the core game or something. If I go back to Corteria as a level 80 character, I can have I activate something where something drops from enemies, some kind of I don't know, shards of wisdom or something. They drop from enemies, and these shards of wisdom automatically go into an achievement panel in here, right? And they go into what would it be? Where would it be? Where is the... Is it in here? Where's the Ice Saga stuff? Am I dumb? It's not here. Where's the Ice Saga stuff? Isn't that a... What is that under? Oh, it's under story, right? I guess. Yeah, so right here, where you can have these, maybe in you can have it under, character adventure guide, and we add, a 6th one down here or something, or, whatever, and that's going to be when you're level 80, and you have these where you can pick what you want to go for, and you can have different tracks that you gain stuff for, right? And you have these, they're almost like reward tracks, because these are almost like reward tracks in PvE, right? That's kind of what they are, because... we kind of have the same system in PvP and World vs. World. We could have that in PvE as well, right? Or you could have the whole system of maybe having, instead of gaining what are they called? Instead of gaining spirit shards, you could have maybe like I said, change that system to gaining the shards of wisdom that I talked about, and you're not gaining any more spirit shards, and you can kind of swap over. So if I'm running low on spirit shards, which I never will be because I never use them for anything, but if I'm running low on that, I can swap between the two systems and say, oh, okay, well, as a level 80 character, as I'm leveling, I want to gain this, right? But have it where you can only gain those when you're in Corteria. And you incentivize people going back to Corteria because you can gain these shards of wisdom, which can get you material boxes and whatever else, actual a reward track for PvE or something, and kind of incentivizing people to go back to Corteria. So when we do revisit Tyria, right, as this expansion, you could have getting these rewards. They can release a new playable race to incentivize veterans to make new characters and play along with new players. Well, the problem, and we talked about this earlier, the problem is that there is so many hundreds of thousands of skins in the game now. It would be a nightmare to, because if a new race was added, they would want to make it unique, right? They wouldn't want to make it like humans. They wouldn't make it humanoid. So it would be probably Tengu, right? Tengu is the one that they have their own city already in the game, so you wouldn't need to add that. Right, you could open up the Dominion of Winds and have that as a playable race. The problem is you can't make those fit. You can't. It would be so much work to have all those skins fit on your on those models and stuff. I feel like that would be a lot of work, because we already have clipping issues on Char, and Tengu use they use the Char. The skeletons, the rigs or whatever, so I feel like that would be kind of a nightmare to do. So I don't know. I mean, I would love to see a new playable race, don't get me wrong. I absolutely would love to see a new playable race in the game, I'm not against that at all. But how plausible is that for ArenaNet, right? Like, think of the ArenaNet of now. Don't think of the ArenaNet of, you know, the ones that created Guild Wars 2, the ones that made all, like, that created the Sky Scale, that made all these amazing things. Think of the ArenaNet of now that released Secrets of the Obscure. Is that something that you'd ever see them do? Is that something you would ever see happen? I don't think so. And that's not me trying to be like being negative and being like an asshole or whatever. I look at the reality of things, and the reality of things is that I don't think ArenaNet would be able to manage that. You know, maybe with the Guild Wars 3, but that's a whole different game, right? We're talking about like creating a whole different game. So they might ever do a relaunch. I don't think they'll ever do a relaunch. I don't think they'll do a relaunch of Guild Wars 2, but like I said, I just think it doesn't need a relaunch, right? I really think what all it needs as a game is some, you know, instead of, because ArenaNet ever since season 2, or no, I'm sorry, ever since, because season 2 was still a lot of Corteria. Ever since ever since Heart of Thorns, ArenaNet has been in this mindset of we're going forward and we're not looking back. And it's become very detrimental to the game. It's something that I've been saying for years, because it's like, okay, you're constantly adding new content to the game, but then you're leaving behind bugged, outdated content, but you're going ahead, right? ArenaNet is always about, we're focusing on the new maps, we're focusing on the new content, we're focusing on the new expansion. Screw going back to any of the old stuff. Okay, any of the old stuff. We don't care. Like, I found it so weird when I read the update for Midnight King, where they like updated 2 random events in ore. Like, I literally sat there and I was just like, why? Not that I disagree with the action of doing that, but it felt so random. I'm like, if you're not gonna go back and like revisit all of the things or do a lot more, like just fixing like 2 random events in ore that no one does anyways, why? Like, I don't get it. Like, why? It's so weird to me. You know, because I feel like that's, at that point, it's a waste. You know, if you're just kind of like willy-nilly, like, oh yeah, there's a random event here that I can fix. Like, what is that? Who was the developer that had like extra time on their hands and decided, oh, these 2 events in ore are bugged or not working properly. I'm gonna fix those. What? You know, like I said, I want a concentrated effort. I want a meaningful, concentrated effort to going back and fixing and redoing and giving quality of life to a lot of the older maps and the older events and the older mechanics of the game. And wow, really? Thanks. Great. Knockdown. You know, I want it to be a meaningful, concentrated effort. Something that's communicated to the player base as well, where they're like, this is the goal. Because it's like, what was the goal of changing those 2 events in ore? What was the point of that? You know, I would rather have that, instead of this developer going in and fixing those 2 events. I would have rather seen that developer work on the Midnight King release, because that really needed, okay, that needed a lot more work on it. So instead of going back and fixing some random event in ore, I would have rather seen that. You know, so I think it's all about like how they approach something like that. I think that's what I'm kind of talking about. It's like, if we're talking about revisiting old content, it's like, okay, they need to like be deliberate, and they need to tell us about it, and they need to make it fun and exciting for even the veteran players, and engaging, and they need to 100% stand behind that. And I think it could work out really well. Let's buy something with my millions of karma. Oh, I don't have millions anymore, but hundreds of thousands. Same difference. Let's get that waypoint down there. I mean, nonetheless, I would like to see a new playable race. That is something that I would really, really love to see. I think Tengu are like the best ones. It's very outside of like what we have seen so far. It would be very different to what what what's available. And I always think back of, and that probably wouldn't happen now, but I always think back of how in Guild Wars 1, Talon Silverwing, the Tengu that you can have like in your party as a henchman, how he wields the sword backwards. I would love to see that in game. I would love to see their animations just be like holding the swords backwards. That'd be so cool. Are you kidding? God. Love it. Tengu would be really cool. I would love to see Tengu be playable in game. Maybe with Guild Wars 3. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about a Guild Wars 3. I'm not even holding the gourd correctly. Look at the way I'm holding the gourd. And my character is like, yeah, what's wrong? Here, take a shower.
It's appreciated.
You got it. Who else needs a shower? You stink, lady. You got it, Coolio. Where is the vendor? Is that vendor up top? That's what it feels like. They kind of like smell bad. Do you see that? They like smell bad. I love the little chairs that they have. You can't sit on these, but I love the Sylvari aesthetic. Hello, cat. Ooh, ooh. A new focus, please. Oh, healing power? I don't want that. I'm not using staff. I use staff on all my other mesmers. I'm trying to like do other things.
No way. What happened?
I don't want to.
Let's go to the Shiver Peak Mountains actually, because I need to do events there for my weeklies anyways. I just realized I just looked over and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a thing. All right, did you have to attack me, stupid scale? Oh my god, get me out of here! Choo! Bye. All right, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna be curious to see. I mean, obviously, the next expansion is not gonna be one of those. It's gonna be we're going forward. I just want to see what ArenaNet has in store. I really want to see what ArenaNet is gonna bring, give us. I really want to see some interesting stuff with Janthier Wilds. And if we're getting a blog post tomorrow, I'll be ecstatic. I'll be super happy. I'll be so excited. I mean, I'm excited for the new expansion. Even with everything that Secrets of the Obscure was, I think the biggest thing to kind of wrap up my thought on what really bugs me, I had to think about it today because I'm like, what really bothered me about Secrets of the Obscure? What really bothered me, I mean, obviously we could point out like, oh, the Nios releases, blah blah blah, but what's at the root at all of that, right? I kind of thought about that. I was like, what's at the root at like the cause and the thing. So when Secrets of the Obscure released, the initial release, ArenaNet talked about how they're already working on expansion 5. Or is it 6 now? 6, right? Is Secrets of the Obscure 5? Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons. No, Secrets of the yeah, 5. So they're talking about how yeah, they're already working on expansion 5. And I'm like, okay, that's not necessarily bad, right? I get that, you know, you need to already work on new stuff like a year in advance. Like, that's clear. I totally understand that. But then what really, really bugged me, and I think that really, and it was the cause of all of this shit happening or whatever, is that by the first release of Nios, the initial release of Nios, which was already lackluster, they released the blog post right around that time where they talked about, we're already working on post initial content for expansion 5, which hadn't been announced, like what it even is. I mean, it still hasn't been announced, right? We don't even know what it entails. We know nothing about it, but they're already working on post initial content for expansion 5. And I think that is the point where I got really, really pissed off, and where I was like, well, that doesn't seem right. Because you have all these releases coming out that are clearly lackluster, that are clearly not good, but you're already working at content that's going to come out in a year and a half. When you should be maybe focusing on making sure that your content release that you're doing right now is good. I don't know. That's what really kind of, I think, stuck out to me the most. Because I'm like, well, you're releasing this content that's like lackluster. And the thing is, oops, no, it was darkness. What? Candles flame. I'll just kind of read it for a second. For me, all begin birth. All legends begin with birth. Consume me and you will choke. Earth. Money? I mean, you could choke on money too. I erode rock, bodies, I consume cities. Water. Because water is necessary for survival. Your eye cannot see me, I'm fleeting when held. Breath. Oh, yeah, man, that's not. I'm excited about the new expansion, but I hate to be negative, and I'm less excited than when Secrets of Nios was really mediocre. And that's exactly like, that's exactly where I am too. I that's why I skipped over doing the Secrets of the Obscure review, because I felt like I mean I've just been on Reddit the last week, and I've just been like, and Reddit, you know, Reddit is one of those things, like, it's giving me negative reinforcement or it's giving me positive reinforcement for my negative behavior, because I go on there and I like write a long thing, and I want someone, you know, I'm writing it and I'm saying like this and this and this and this, this and this and this and this, right? And I'm like writing all this stuff up, and I want someone to be like, well, look at it this way. It was like, this is not as bad as this and that and blah blah blah, like kind of maybe not necessarily tell me that I'm wrong on everything, but just kind of be like, wow, you know, it's not as bad as you pointed out to be, right? I want someone kind of to kind of bring me back up, but everyone was just like, yep, I fully agree with what you're saying, and I'm just like, shit, really? Like, it's really that bad? So it just kind of made my feeling on how I feel about Secrets of the Obscure even worse, because I was getting this reinforcement from other people as well, which, you know, obviously, I mean, I'm not one of those people that, like, I'm not one of those people that goes with what the crowd says, but it just kind of reinforced the feeling of, like, Secrets of the Obscure, like, post initial release was just really bad. You know, and I hate feeling that way, and I just, that's why I kind of, like, yesterday I decided to make that video, because I'm like, I want to go gung-ho on the new expansion. I want to concentrate, you know, like I said yesterday, I can't do anything about the release that happened. You know, ArenaNet needs to listen to the feedback. You know, I don't need to listen to the feedback. I don't need to look at what everyone else thinks. I don't need to think about these things that are happening. All I need to do is I need to focus on what I think is worth my time, right? And everyone else's time, and what people are interested in. And that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm going to talk new expansion. I want to do new expansion stuff. I want to talk about new expansion. I want to theorize on that. I want to just kind of move on from Secrets of the Obscure. It happened. It's there. It's whatever. You know, nothing I can do about it. So here we are. You know, I just, yeah, it's unfortunate that we have to think that way, but that's just really how it was. And I totally understand that, like I said yesterday as well, like I know a lot of people are kind of, at this point, they're, you know, they're leaving the game behind, and they're just kind of saying, you know what, I think it's time for a break. I don't necessarily want to be around that. Do we get bonuses when we kneel at these? We do not. Some of them will give you bonuses. The spirit of wolf is up there. No, it's just a person. But the spirit of wolf is... So, and you know, I and obviously as someone that's a content creator for the game, I want the game to perform well. I want more people to be interested in the content that I make. And that was, you know, another reason. I'm like, I want people to be excited with me, and you know, and I will try to do my part in keeping as many people interested in the game as I can, because I think Janthier is once again like, if someone were to ask me, if someone would have asked me during the core game of Guild Wars 2, hey, ArenaNet is going to be working on an expansion for Guild Wars 2. What are some subjects that you would like to talk about, that you would like to see, tackled? The two things that I would tell people would have been the Wizard's Tower and the Isles of Janthier. So ArenaNet is, like, in these last two expansions, tackling exactly kind of the stuff in the lore that interests me the most, that I really, really like, and that are, like, just the most interesting to me. So I like, honestly, I am super excited for this new expansion coming out, like, hands down. And I hope that the people that are still hanging out after Secrets of the Obscure, that are still, I mean, which is probably the majority of the player base, but a lot of the people, you know, that have reservations and stuff, that they are just as excited, maybe, or that I can get them more excited about it by talking about these really cool, interesting lore things that we could potentially, you know, touch on and see and talk about and experience, and you know, and so that's kind of Reddit is extra negative lately, a bit too harsh in my opinion. I hope with the retrospective blog post interview before be fully transparent and admit what worked and what didn't work, and not sugarcoating. Yeah, Reddit. I mean, Reddit is always, you know, Reddit is a circle jerk lots of times, right? Like, one person starts the negative thing and they kind of ride off of that, and it's like a wave, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it eventually, like, washes out when the next wave comes in, right? So it's just kind of that's just how Reddit is, you know. It's the anonymous, like, I'm on the internet, I can talk about whatever I want, and I can be as shitty of a person as I want to be, without any repercussions to it. So, you know, that's the unfortunate part of Reddit. I do think that there is valid feedback that I have seen on Reddit, though, over the last week. And I think I appreciate the people on there that have taken the time to do to make specific posts about constructive criticisms, because I've always been an advocate of, like, don't just shit on the game, but talk about how it could have been better, right? Give ideas to the developers, because if they listen to you, if they just happen to listen to the things that you talk about, you want them to you know, you want them to you know, not just like hear negative shit, but also maybe get ideas from the things that you have talked about, or whatever, you know, get inspired by, and maybe get a drive, a rise out, like a rise in a drive towards, you know, doing better and doing more and whatever. Mean Bean Machine. Sorry, I just randomly yelled. The problem is that these blog posts, and again, I hate to say it, but these blog posts are just, they're so non-substance. They're so non-substance. There's like nothing to them. You can literally read these blog posts and they don't give any specifics. Like, ArenaNet thinks that transparency means we're communicating often. That's not what transparency means. Because you can say a lot of things and not actually talk about things that are wrong. You know, that's the thing. They if they want to be truly transparent, they need to go into details of specifically what went wrong. Like, what I want to see in tomorrow's blog post is, I want to hear them say, you know, I'm just taking my theory that I had, for example, right, on what I think happened with Secrets of the Obscure. You know, I want them to say, you know, we made the big mistake of taking our Team A, which was our senior writers, our senior staff that we had, and they took they took, you know, they took the freedom of, they could do whatever, and they decided the Wizard's Tower, and we let them go ham and go wild with it, and touch on all these lore things or whatever, and talk about all these things, and create an initial expansion. And then we took Team B, which are newer people, you know, and I made the joke about interns or whatever, but you know, we took the newer people, the less experienced one, and we had them do all the Nio stuff based off of what we have seen in Secrets of the Obscure, with the instruction of, hey, do something in Nios with what we have seen. So they just see what the other developers made for the initial Secrets of the Obscure, but they didn't really know what to do with the base material, and they kind of just went like, okay, and they like made these things, and they weren't as good, and they couldn't create as good content, and that's just kind of like, I want Arena to go into those details, right? I want, like, if Colin Johansson or whatever is writing the article tomorrow, I want him to sit there, you know, or Grouch or whoever, right? And I want them to sit there and really say, like, yep, this is what we did, and that was a huge mistake. But they will never say that. What they will say in these blog posts, usually when they talk about these blog posts where they learned about stuff, they will talk about, well, we wanted to do this, and unfortunately it was just kind of like we didn't really get it, we didn't hit the mark with it, and you know, we have implemented new systems that helps us like release content better and faster, and you know, we streamlined some stuff. What does any of that mean? What do you mean by that? Right? Like, I want to pull up, like, I'm going to pull up one of those older blog posts, and I want to kind of talk about that. What would it be, like, news? It would be in one of the news things. I want to look at a blog post, and an older one from, like, last year or something, because they had feedback and future. This is all 2024. I want to go back to like 2023. Let's see. And it's the studio updates where they talk about those usually. Here we go. Maybe? No, this isn't one of them. Because I remember there was a specific one. I'm getting attacked, I hear it. Oh my god, who's attacking me? Brawl. Of course, it's always the Grawl. Yeah, I want to find one of those blog posts, and it's not necessarily about again. I'm gonna try to be constructive about it. I want to point out what kind of bothers me about it, but I want to talk about like, okay, let's find, you know. But I'm trying to find one of those blog posts. If anyone knows a specific blog post that I'm talking about, let me know, because God knows I can't find anything. Announcing. So this was when they were announcing Secrets of the Obscure. I went way far back now. No, this is just talking about the story. God, I can't. I remember there was like a very specific one where I'm like, what you're describing. You know, I hate. I don't. I don't want to disagree. I don't want to agree with you, but I have to agree with you because it does sound like most of them. Because I hate to, you know, yeah. I mean, it's really like most of their studio update here, September 2023. Yeah, let's look at this. Okay, so let's see if I can pull it up for you guys here real quick, so we can take a look. Okay, so let's kind of read through this. Okay, I'm gonna read the whole post, and then by the end we can talk about it. I think this is one of them. It sure looks like it. So on August 28th, we celebrate the 11th anniversary. 11 years, and with the anniversary comes the celebration. We've made it special by the launch of Secrets of the Obscure, our 4th expansion. It's truly a privilege to continue supporting. Not only did we launch Guild Wars 2, but we also transitioned to a new approach of releasing content that will help ensure we can deliver game updates more consistently for more areas of the game. So far, things are going even better than expected. In fact, so many people turned up to play Secrets of the Obscure on launch day that we had to quickly spin up more game servers than we'd anticipated needing to accommodate the influx of players. The dust from the release has mostly settled, but we're still focused on addressing lingering issues from the launch build and triaging feedback. We'll have one more bug fix build scheduled, blah blah blah. What happens between the space between, as outlined in our August launch blog, each of our annual expansions will be broken down into 4 major releases. In addition to the story, system updates, and other content added in those 4 releases, each one will introduce a fresh new set of Vault rewards and objectives. In the months between each update, we'll release a profession balance update and a festival or 2 depending on the time of year, and run bonus events. We might also make updates to the core game content not related to latest expansion in this period, but that may not always be the case. We've run long week events before, and we're excited for them to make the return. We are updating some of the existing bonus events to reduce the amount of manual developer effort required to run them, which will make it easier to deploy them more regularly. Also carving out some dev time to add entirely new bonus events to the rotation in the future, with the goal of having bonus events occur much more regularly. If you have any cool ideas, go on the forums and drop us an idea. Fractal Rush bonus events starts during this time. Complete Fractals and Mist to progress. Alright. We'll do world restructuring since 2021. They have spent their time working on the restructuring system. It's a complicated system which you can learn more about. Up until recently, we've been considering the Alliance Management UI a required part of it, which means that players are not currently getting much value from all the work we've already put in, many of the back functions, blah blah blah. It's extremely valuable for us to get consistent live data from players, how it's working. With the reprioritizing, we will not be opening the Alliance system to beta testing this year. We will refocus on delivering, collect your feature requests, and monitor live data. One major priority in the perpetually active version of World Restructuring is growing and tuning the various criteria we use for matchmaking to create our World Wars royalty. We don't have a timeline to share, but we'll keep you updated. Until next time, we'll share dates. So let's kind of go through, because there's a couple things that I noticed immediately as I read through, and I kind of skimmed over it, as you can see. But let's talk a little bit about the specifics of how this post. So one thing, and I highlighted it right in the beginning, and it's in the second paragraph. The first paragraph, they kind of talk about, thank you guys for playing for 11 years. And thank you for the support, blah blah blah, right? Whatever. It's nice, it's kind of nice to get that, be like, yeah, cool, 11 years, I've been supporting this game for a long time. But then right here, not only did we launch Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, but we also transitioned to a new approach for releasing expansion content that will help ensure we can deliver game updates more consistently for more areas of the game. So far, things are going even better than expected. In fact, so many people turned up to play Secrets of the Obscure, blah blah blah, right? So I think up until that point, that is part of the more interesting. So they talk about, we've transitioned to a new approach. They're talking about the new annual releases that they're doing for releasing expansion content that will help us ensure sure we can deliver game updates more consistently for more areas of the game. So first of all, okay, so you're talking about you're doing the annual releases, but they haven't really changed. They haven't changed the way that they're consistent, like delivering game updates more consistently, because during season, like, Ice Saga was such a shit show because it was, the firings and all this stuff was happening, and there was mismanagement happening and like all this stuff, right? So if we leave that out, like we had for, if we're talking about consistent updates that are happening, right? Season 4 was kind of like the last one. And Season 4 had updates every 3 months as well. So, like, every 3 months, they sometimes went up to like 4 months, I want to say, but it was every 3 to 4 months we would get a release. So I'm like, but you didn't really create a new system to deliver contents more consistently, unless you did something in the background that we don't know about and you're not giving us details, right? So it's kind of like, okay, what, like, I don't understand that. For more areas of the game too, so they're talking about more areas of the game. It's like, but you're not releasing anything for more areas of the game. You're releasing stuff for the new expansion, and almost solely for the new expansion. Like, yes, you're doing quality of life stuff as well, but they've always done quality of life updates. Yes, sometimes they've been doing them less, and sometimes they've been doing them more, but it's something that's always been happening. So it's one of those things where I'm just like, for more areas of the game, did you guys really, like, and I'm asking the other people because obviously I could be completely wrong, but do you guys think, as, like, I'm asking you guys, do you guys really think that the NIOS releases, because we're talking right here, we're talking about, specifically like the NIOS releases, right? Like, do you think that they've transitioned to a new approach that releases stuff for other areas of the game? Like, do you guys think that the NIOS releases hit other areas of the game? I feel like it was all PvE focused, and World vs. World is still like in turmoil. I mean, we're barely getting the beta coming out now soon after 3 years of active development. We're finally getting to an active beta, to a permanent beta or whatever, right? Which probably is going to be a mess at first, which is probably normal and understandable and stuff. But it just kind of feels like this is like talk where I'm just like, okay, but that didn't really happen, So far things are going better than expected. Well, good, because they completely went down after this post, right? After, like, once the next release came out, it was just like, we're still focusing on address lingering issues. Feedback. So they took feedback. What feedback did you take? I don't think that's one thing that Arena talks about. They listen to feedback, but what is the feedback you listen to? You listened to all of the feedback and you considered all of it. You considered all of the feedback across all of the things. Like, tell us exactly what the feedback is where you're like, this is the feedback that we got the most of. This is kind of where we saw a majority of feedback. You know, again, they don't give us that, right? Each of our annual expansions will be broken down in form of, in addition to the story, system updates, and other content added in those 4 releases. Each one will introduce a fresh set of rewards and updates. Okay, no specifics, right? We're not systems. What system updates? Like what? Right? Like, I don't know. There's the non-specifics. There's so many non-specifics. This is, and mind you guys, this is ArenaNet being transparent. Okay, non-specifics. Like, it's just kind of like, what are some of the systems that you're looking at? Give us a little bit of specifics. Like, these are some of the systems that we're looking for, right? That this is kind of what we're focusing on, because you can't just say system updates. There's like hundreds of systems in the game. Are you talking about reward systems? Are you talking about world versus world, like reward systems there? Or are you talking about event systems? Are you talking about mastery systems? Are you talking about the mount system? Are you talking about the die system? Are you talking about cosmetics? Are you talking about skins? Are you talking about legendary system, like the armory? Like, is that stuff that you're talking about? We don't know. No specifics. Can you explain to me what the main problem with Series of Zero that you like them to address? I'm a new player and not at the expansion content. Sorry, I have to. It's so weird. I don't know why this happens. So just so you guys know, on the chat that I see on the side, there's a little thing where I can place an emoji. And for whatever reason, they thought it was a good idea to place it right where you guys' text pops up. So there's like emojis. There's a heart emoji on top of the stuff that you guys are reading, like writing to me. So sometimes when I read those, it blocks a word and I don't know what it says. It's really stupid. I don't know who designed that. But so Secrets of the Obscure is interesting. And this might be, and please, everyone that is here, feel free to kind of put your, you know, I think we have a good group here of people that can kind of explain it better. So for me personally, I think what specifically went wrong with Secrets of the Obscure. So Secrets of the Obscure, the initial release of it, right, was, you know, and we have pictures here actually where we can perfectly talk about it. So the initial release of it, you know, we got to see the Wizard's Tower, which was a mystery in the Guild Wars community since 2005. The Wizard's Tower has been in the sky, okay, above Kryta. Okay, we knew barely anything about it. So they started addressing these old lore threads that people have been wondering about for a long time. So it was very like, it engaged the veteran players even of Guild Wars 1. So that was like one of the main pulling parts, I think, because many people were wondering about the Wizard's Tower. So then we got to go to the initial release. We got to go to the tower. We got to go to the Skywatch Archipelago. We got to go to Omnitas and stuff. And the initial release wasn't bad. Okay, the initial release of it was not bad. They had laid groundwork. They had introduced new characters, the Wizard's Court, the Astral Ward. Zoja is back in the story. They addressed the elder races. You know, we have you know, elder races being the Mersat, the Seers, the Forgotten, the dwarves, and I'm missing someone, the Jotun, right? So those are the 5 elder races, and they addressed them by having major characters in the expansion be part of those races, where some of them we even thought were died out, like the Seers. We have a Seer in the expansion, and it's like, whoa, what? And it was huge. It was massive, right? They were talking about they're going to be releasing a PvE legendary armor. That was huge because up until that point we only had a raid legendary armor, World vs. World legendary armor, PvP legendary armor, but we didn't have a solely open world PvP thing, right? So they had a good base and a good idea for like what they wanted to do, and the initial release was okay. But the problem was that like convergences and rifts, which are 2 of the major systems that they had kind of 2 of the major features that they had, which was supposed to be the like content, like part of the specifically things that you're going to be playing, very repetitive, very repetitive. Like the even the base release of Secrets of the Obscure, 90% of it dealt with just fight a group of cryptids. And that's what Convergence is. Just fight for 20 minutes, you're just fighting hundreds of cryptids. You're in Rifts, you're just going around the world and you're just fighting cryptids. And you're fighting cryptids to open a rift for one strong cryptid to come out. And it wasn't very engaging. It was very much like just a grind fest. There wasn't variety to it. There wasn't any. It got boring really quickly, you know. So a lot of people were hoping, okay, well, we're going to Nios, right? We were going into the mists, So as a new player, you don't really know what the mists means, but the mist is kind of like the all-enveloping things, like, you know, even Tyria exists somewhere within the mists, right? And it's like it's so cool because we've heard about different realms across the mists, and we know about like the gods have mists in the realms, or realms in the mists, and we know about, like, you know, there's a demon realm. You know, we heard about Nios now being in the mists and stuff, and there's some really interesting, you know, nuanced little parts where we talk about the mist, and there's lore things about the mist that we haven't like explored in a long time. So it was very exciting. We're like, oh, we're going through the mist, we're going into the mists, into another realm. We have never really, we've been to like other realms, but we've only really visited the gods realms. We haven't been outside of that to like another world, kind of. And that's what was not like, that's how they kind of presented Nios to us. We heard about these demons. We heard about Eparch, this evil demon king that rules over this demon land, right? And that's very like high fantasy, very exciting. You're like, oh my god, that sounds like very like engaging, and like this is something new, this is something we haven't explored. And then we got to go to Nios, and it kind of fell flat. Like the cryptids ended up being very humanized. They ended up not being very evil in the sense that we had been made to believe. They didn't feed on emotions. They could just eat regular food, apparently, and it was just kind of like really strange. And then, you know, and the build up to Eparch was kind of lame, because we didn't really see Eparch for a long time. We could just kind of heard about the things he did, and then when he showed up, he kind of just threatened us and left. And it was very anticlimactic. And then when we actually, now a week ago, almost a week ago, but we got the new release, and that's when we fought Eparch, and it was a very anticlimactic fight. It didn't feel very exciting. It wasn't what they had built up, what they had made it to be, and it just felt very like, there was low effort. The content was very short. There was like all of the releases over the last year that they've had, you know, the initial release had decent amount of content for an initial release, but we were promised, oh, you're gonna get 3 more updates. They're gonna have a lot of content that is gonna have all this stuff going on. Well, the problem was that those releases, each time they came out, they felt shorter and shorter and shorter, and they just felt like filler content. They literally would give you, like, you would go into the new map, and they would give you a bar at the top right underneath your map, and they would say, hey, go do a couple of events to fill this bar. And that was like, okay, but I'm already doing events anyways, because this is the new map, and you're going around in the new map doing events. Now you want me to do that as part of the story? You know, in the story, like, there's like weird discrepancies where they have, like, they talk about, oh yeah, you know, there's this fight going on and blah blah blah, and there was no fight really. Like, there was no, like, there's a war going on, but you don't actually actively see a war. And you're just like, what war are you talking about? There's no fights. They're like, oh, we have dozens of fronts where we're fighting the enemy. And it's like, where? That's not happening anywhere on the map. That's not happening in the story instances. So it fell flat on a lot of, like, the storytelling. All of a sudden the writing became horrible, the storytelling became horrible, and it fell flat. And this is the content that we've been waiting on since the initial release of Secrets of the Obscure, right? And it's like, okay, this is not really what we were waiting for, right? So that's kind of you know, obviously I'm just kind of like there's more nuanced little details in all of this, and there's a lot more really when we talk about like I'm sure, you know, if you look at some of the posts online, I will say some of them are exaggerated, but some of them are on point, and they do talk about some of the issues that are there. You know, I'm just talking about someone, you know, I'm a lore guy. I talk about the lore of the game, I talk about the world building, the characters, the story. Like, that's the stuff that I talk about. But there's also problems with, like, the actual content that was released. You know, convergences was like the big one, right? That was like the big end game content that they kind of released, but they were very repetitive. And then they did updates to them by adding new bosses, but the bosses were just copies of the bosses that were already there, that we had already seen. So it was just kind of like, how are these new bosses? How is this any different? Like, this is not interesting, this is not engaging, this is not good. They're very like convergences are 15 minutes of you just beating away at PvE enemies that you've been beating away for the last year. It wasn't interesting, it wasn't engaging, there was no, like, the mechanics were lackluster. You know, so there's a lot of issues that people had with Secrets of the Obscure, you know, when we compare it to other expansions. Like, I think Heart of Thorns, the first expansion for Guild Wars 2, is still the top expansion that was released. Content wise, it was really good. You know, the lead up to it was they introduced a mastery system, I think they introduced a mastery system with Heart of Thorns, but they redid the trait system before Heart of Thorns came out, which was awesome. They changed it to actually be more streamlined and stuff, and they talked about specializations actually became a thing right before Heart of Thorns came out, and that was like a lead up to Heart of Thorns. And then Heart of Thorns had these very engaging meta events, and there's a lot of like really cool, like, even to this day the maps are relevant because you can go back to it and you can get equipment and rune sets and whatever that are still to this day used, and it's like really good content. The writing was so I actually really enjoyed it. The story was really good, I think, you know. So if you compare the two as a veteran player, you're like, well, Heart of Thorns really didn't deliver good WoW stuff, you know. Right. Okay. And I'll say the initial release was pretty good and a justified price of the expansion. The updates after that were after the first one were mediocre. With the exclusion of the new weapons, those were pretty good overall. Well, I agree. It's just very disappointing when you have the initial release be really good, and you get, you know, and you're thinking this is the level we're at, and then everything after that for like the next 9 months is subpar. You know, it's just not good. Like, you know, and I'm not saying that you're saying that it's good, but I really think that it's probably below mediocre, I would say. It's probably, I think it's pretty bad. And I think with the new weapons, saying they're pretty good overall for new weapons that came in the game, honestly, that's not good. Like, you should really have, like, you know, I just talked about like revisiting old weapons and stuff like that. You should have the new weapons be like, man, all of these new weapons are so cool. Like, that should be the reaction, right? Whether or not they're overpowered or, you know, they need some balancing or whatever, but you don't want to go in with, like, you know, elementalist pistol and be like, what is this? Or like Revenant Scepter and be like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, this doesn't fit any niche. This is not good. This feels bad. Like, you shouldn't do that with anything new that comes into the game like that. I get that not everything can hit the mark 100%, but some of the weapons are just outright bad, and that shouldn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like at a game that's 12 years old, it shouldn't be that way. There should be some kind of quality assurance that happens before these weapons release, And even if they don't do quality assurance, then they sure as hell need to go back and look at the feedback. Because when they looked specifically, I will talk about the Revenant Scepter for a second. Revenant Scepter was received horribly. People hated it. People didn't like the skills. There were some people that were like, well, I don't really mind it. They could like tweak some of the stuff, but there was never, I don't think I saw a single post of someone that was like, oh my god, I love Revenant Scepter. Are you kidding? It's the best thing ever. I don't think I saw any posts like that online. And then their feedback was, oh, Revenant Scepter was received really well. What? Where? What feedback were you listening to that's the conclusion you came to? Like, I didn't see any of that. So it's kind of, and that leaves a bad taste in my mouth, because I'm like, well, we gave you feedback. Clearly you didn't have quality assurance before you released the weapons, so we are your quality assurance, which is fine. We can do that as players. I don't think any of us mind that. But then you need to go back to those weapons that you released and actually update them. Revenant Scepter still feels bad to me. It's not a good weapon. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. I feel like it's clunky to use. And that's not the only weapon. So I agree with you, NM. I only enjoyed the first patch release, including the side quests. I really hope they can find the balance on the next minute. Yeah, and it was. You guys will, like, if you go back to my streams that I did about all the releases, you guys will see how excited I was with the initial release of Seekers of the Obscure. I loved the initial release of Seekers of the Obscure. Yes, obviously, I went to Amnitas and I'm like, this map kind of feels boring, and there's like, it's a little too open, and we're just fighting Cryptus all over, and it just kind of feels like not very engaging or whatever, it's like people are just kind of strewn all over, and it's just, it just, I'm like, but I was just like, for me personally, I was like, man, this is really cool. I love this. I loved it. I love the initial release. My biggest frustration with the Nios release was the story. It was way too rushed, and it felt very Disney, meaning sterile, uninspired, boring, predictable, basic, and lacking vision and imagination. Probably some of those points, yes, I can agree with. Predictable, that's the funny part. You say predictable because I don't think it was predictable, because what I had predicted, and I feel like what other people had predicted, was not at all what happened. And that's what made the story so bad, because we were like waiting for like Peitha to betray us. A lot of us didn't know if we could trust Peitha, only for her to turn out that she's actually the nicest gal around. And it's like, well, what the fuck? She's supposed to be this like demon, right? And she's like conniving and like cunning, right? And it's like, where is that? We didn't see that. She ended up being just like this paper cutout of a Cryptus, like no personality. She just ended up being like this nice person. Like it might as well have been Casimir for all I care, because that was exactly the same expression that I get out of her. Like, Casimir has her role as the good, pretty, she's the, yeah, everything is happy-go-lucky, and she's like the, yeah, whatever, right? That's the role she fills. But that's what Peitha kind of filled too. Like, there was no depth to the character that was Peitha, right? So predictability is funny, because it's like, that's not what I predicted at all. I predicted some dark, gruesome, we're gonna get stabbed in the back. Like, in the end, it turns out like, Eparch, because they talked about how Eparch was like scheming something. He was scheming something. I was waiting for him to be like in cahoots with Peitha. And the whole idea was that they wanted to get rid of Labrys, and Peitha is going to become the new queen, and luring the commander and a bunch of the Astral Ward in a trap to weaken Isgarin, and that's the whole twist, right? Is that she becomes our friend. She's like an agent or something of Eparch, and she does all of this, right? Because Eparch doesn't care about his people, so she doesn't care about killing all the Cryptus, right? And she makes up this whole civil war, only in the end to turn on us and be like, yeah, well, we only wanted the strongest to survive, and in fact there was no civil war, and we just had the strongest Cryptus survive because Cryptus were fighting each other, and the strongest ones survived. And you're now in the realm of realm of the Cryptus, and we're gonna eat you all, and we're gonna weaken Ascarin, and then we can take over the Wizard's Tower, because now a huge contingent of the Astral Ward is here in Nyos, you know, including Dagda, including Frode, including Arena, who are major characters in the Astral Ward, and we're not gonna let you guys get out of here, and we're gonna kill you all. Like, that's kind of what I was predicting would happen, but that didn't happen. So that's kind of funny that you say predictability. In comparison with Living World Season X, the story was richer, but less features, and this expansion was okay at the start with story lore, but at the end it felt like playing catch up to features at a cost to story lore. What do you mean by catch up? They felt we're playing catch up to features. What do you mean by that? Then I'm at least no more Bram. Yeah, fuck Bram. Okay, so the main problem is that the level of the excitement was not fitting for the importance of the lore that they addressed, and that it should have feel epic, should be epic, feel repetitive. And that's pretty much it. I just completed Path of Fire, and I felt it was a bit disappointing compared to Heart of Thorns. Well, and I really enjoyed Path of Fire. Again, you know, you're new to the game and probably the lore and stuff. Path of Fire was very lore heavy. You know, we were talking about, like, you met Cormyr in Path of Fire, for example, right? And it was like, that's a huge moment for especially Guild Wars 1 players. You know, we kind of learn about what Cormyr has been up to. I mean, it's a huge part of Guild Wars 1 lore is, like, Cormyr and her ascension and stuff like that. So there was parts in Path of Fire that I really enjoyed, like Balthazar being another one of those the gods, right, which has been a huge mystery in the Guild Wars community for a long time, kind of getting a resolution to that, you know. So Path of Fire to me was pretty good, but yeah, it was definitely weaker than Heart of Thorns, I think, overall. Path of Fire was great setup for Living World Season 4, so great for the mounds, and alone is worth it for me. Yeah, and I like Path of Fire. I've always liked Path of Fire. I thought there was a lot of, I remember Path of Fire came out and a lot of people complained about it, but I never had an issue with it. I really loved it. I loved going back to the Crystal Desert, Elona, seeing a lot of those things, and like you said, it was a good setup, you know, with Kralkatorrik leading into Season 4 and stuff like that. I think Season 4 kind of, with Palawa Joko, that was a little iffy. While he is a great villain, I think he was kind of wasted a little bit on Season 4. He should have had his own season by himself. But yeah, so it's kind of, you know, and I'm kind of like random thoughts, rambling. You know, I never really structure my thoughts very well, and I sometimes don't know really how to articulate my thoughts. But even though I talk a lot, but I'm like ArenaNet. There's not a lot of substance that comes out. But yeah, the thing with Nyos was just like, you know, from my perspective, it was like I was expecting to go to, you know, because the other thing about Nyos you need to understand, it wasn't solely that it was a demon realm, right? We knew that the demons, the cryptas that were invading, that, you know, we deal with here on this map, right? We knew that they were coming from Nyos, right? Like through the like, you know, this is a rift to Nyos and stuff. Like, we knew that, right? But the thing also was they talked about a lot about, I talked about the elder races. So specifically about the Seers and the Mersad. Specifically the Mersad, who we found out during the initial release were from Nyos. So, you know, you just finished Path of Fire, which means you probably played Season 3, which means that you came across Lazarus, right? And, like, you had the whole Lazarus being Balthazar reveal and stuff. There's a reason why that is such a major thing, because in the community for a long time, and this is based off of Guild Wars 1 as well, the Mersad were a huge adversary in Guild Wars 1. It was a huge thing. There was a massive war in Kryta that dealt with the Mersad and the White Mantle and stuff. It was a huge part of the Guild Wars 1 lore and world, was the Mersad and the White Mantle. So having that in the game was just like huge. And then now in Secrets of, so with Lazarus having been killed, we thought we were done with the Mersad. We thought Mersad done, whatever. But then we meet a Mersad during the expansion of Secrets of the Obscure, and we learned that the Mersad are actually from the realm of Nyos, a realm we're going to. So they set this expectation of like, oh my god, we're gonna learn about the Mersad, and there's like things happening, and like there's a friendly Mersad that we're hanging out with, and they just kind of like took all of that and flushed it down the toilet, and it meant absolutely nothing. And so it's kind of like you're setting the, like you said, you're setting the expectation only to like disappoint, like you're setting the expectation with the lore and the story only to completely disappoint us when we get the releases and make it feel rushed. The releases felt rushed because, like I said, the story was really short. It really felt like they were just trying to like wrap it up real quick, the civil war in Nyos, and just be like done with it. And it was just like, okay, this was weird. Like, did this happen? Did these 9 months really just happen? You know, so and that's not to say that the game is bad, right? It's like, but the thing you need to understand as a new player as well is we're not just shitting on the game. We're shitting on the game, on the release, because we know that ArenaNet has made good releases, like Heart of Thorns, like Guild Wars 1, like the core Guild Wars 2, right? Like, they have made amazing releases. You know, even End of Dragons, in my eyes, was good. Like, we had some really cool strike missions that were introduced for PvE players. We had some really cool reward systems with with Oreen legendary weapons. We went back to Kantha. I think they really did an okay job. I mean, New Kainang, you know, I've talked about New Kainang ad nauseum, and what I would have done different in New Kainang, but you know, and there wasn't big changes that I made to New Kainang, but there's certain things that I really would have loved to have seen changed in New Kainang. But you know, but we did get some really cool set pieces in End of Dragons, and I'm not talking about Gyaladelph. We don't talk about that because that was horrible. But you know, it's just kind of like, you know, we've kind of been stepping down every time. It's like it's been like Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons, Secrets of the Obscure, and it's like, when do we get that upswing? We need something to get that upswing. We need an expansion that hits it out of the park. Like, we know, like, give me something Heart of Thorns level of stuff, right? I'm even willing to pay the price, and I'm willing to wait the time. I think most of us veteran players are at that point. We're willing to pay the price, and we're willing to wait. But ArenaNet themselves are the ones that decided to do cheaper expansions on a shorter time span. Where that came from, was it NCSoft? Was it NCSoft saying you're not releasing enough expansions, we need you to do more, or whatever the case was, you know? But you know, they were the ones that decided this, right? They were the ones that approached the player base and said, this is what we're doing. And it's like, we don't necessarily need that. We just need you to release good stuff, and we're willing to wait for the good stuff. I'm willing to wait for the good stuff, at least. I'm willing to wait for the good stuff. I would be okay if they were like, we're not releasing anything for the next year, but the next expansion is going to be freaking phenomenal, and you're going to get new features, new systems, quality of life stuff. You're going to get really cool PvE stuff. You're going to get all these cool rewards. You're going to get all this stuff. Like, they tell me, like, all this great thing, but for a year, you won't have anything. I'll be like, okay, cool. I'll be like, I'll play a different game. You know, not like that really. I mean, it's like, I'll go play a different game. Maybe I'll come back every so often to Guild Wars 2, you know, whatever. Like, but if you guys want to sit down for a year and not release anything and just focus on a good release, I'll be okay with that. I'll be fine. But catch for me is that they spend more resources on pending features like new weapons, legendaries, the legend armor, risks, and convergences. On pending features like new weapons, but those aren't pending features. Those are features that are in the game. So you mean that like that are like, so I guess you're saying like features that are in the game that they're like improving slowly and like adding to and like doing new stuff to it. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But like you said earlier, it's finding that balance. Right, adding new systems like the vault, which are like permanent additions, which feel really good, you know, and new weapons, but kind of balancing that you're not missing, like, you know, you're doing these features, but also that the story is good, right? Like, so that's what you were saying earlier with like kind of balancing. Now, for the expectations for Phaedra, I agree with you, but since Guild Wars was for a matriarchy, I was expecting Iskarn to betray us and Petha and a slash arena to save us with girl power. Yeah, you know, I know that there's always the whole idea of like, you know, they're trying to push the whole like LGBTQ agenda and like all these things, you know, they're talking about like, oh, matriarchy. I read that as well. I don't really agree with that as at all. I don't just because we had one character that was going into like power mode doesn't really mean that ArenaNet is focusing on like having the and I know you kind of mean it in jest, but you know, I know that there are some people that are seriously considering that. I don't think just having like one powerful female character that's kind of like taking over as queen or as king of the Cryptus, like I don't think that really means like we have a focus of like focus of matriarchy, right? Like I don't think that's, you know, having a strong female character, fine, whatever. Like, you know, we've had plenty of male, like it's not like we had a theme of patriarchy. We've had plenty of male characters that have like sought power, right? We had Balthazar, right? It wasn't one of the female goddesses. It wasn't. It was Balthazar, right? It was Traherne was, you know, the leader of the pact, right? Now Pact Marshal is now Logan, right? It wasn't a female that took over, right? So, you know, I know you said it in jest, but I know that there's people out there that are like seriously like, oh, ArenaNet is like just focusing on matriarchy and they just want like, you know, they want just like these mommy figures coming in. It's like, well, but what about Isgarin? Isgarin is still the leader, and he didn't turn out to be some like big-titted seer lady or whatever. You know, it's like because they could have made that reveal too, right? So. I just think Petha as a character wasn't very deep, you know? Anyways, enough of that. Just the example that I was trying to make with that blog post is that, you know, and kind of going back to that, just kind of finish that up as I just exited out of that. I just think the problem with the blog posts is that there's no specifics ever, right? They kind of like talk around the point. They kind of say that, you know, and one line that they use so many times, and I might do that at some point. I might go back through all the blog posts that they have posted over the years and because in my mind there seems to be this idea of that they have said this many times now, where they always talk about these systems put in place to release content more frequently and more consistently. Does anyone else like ever notice that, or is that just me trying, like, is that me going crazy and just literally like making up shit? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like they post this in a lot of these blog posts where they talk about these systems. We have put systems in place to release content more frequently and more consistently, but there's no specifics ever. It's like, what system? What are you talking about? What are these systems? What is this? What are you talking about? And it could just be me being crazy, because I probably am crazy, so whatever. But nonetheless, Julian, I hope you have a good time with the game. Welcome to the game. Don't let any of our feedback deter you from thinking the game is bad. The game is very good, especially if you're talking about MMO, if you're talking about you know, a bang for your buck. Guild Wars 2 is definitely top notch. So you know, this is us grouchy old veteran players that have no other things to do than sit here and play the game for how many hours now? 9,700. Really? I thought I had more hours in here. I have 9,700 hours in the game. So yeah, you know, and I do hope that you have a good time with the game. And obviously You know, if you have any questions as well, you're more than welcome to ask away. Like I said, I'm more on the lore side of things, so those are more my questions. If you're asking me about raids, I will probably like just jump out of the window back there and just be like, I have no idea, or something along those lines. But yeah, I just the expectation of that we, you know, that was set for Nios was just not at all what we got. It didn't feel like a demon realm to me either, because like I said, you know, it's a demon realm, so you're like, oh god, right? You're thinking of like this evil place where you have to watch out, you know, it's like, oh god, and you don't know who's gonna stab you in the back, and like all these things, right? But then we get all these like cute Quaggan cryptas that are all like super cute, and they're like really funny, and they're like, oh my god, oh I'm so scared. It's like, the fuck kind of demon is that? Whose demon is this? Why are you a demon? Why are you here? You're not a demon. A demon is like, I don't know, like ArenaNet having like rewriting what a demon is. I'm like, this is not good. That was not good writing on the demon part there. Yes, don't let our sour perspective give a bad impression. I love the game and have been playing since Guild Wars 1 and plan to buy the next expansion without knowing much about it. Oh, I'm hands down gonna buy the next expansion. I know we're going to Janthier, and that's all I need to know to spend $25 on the game. Like, I'm just gonna say that. We're going north to Janthier, and I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for it. Oh, I gotta collect sacks. I gotta collect sacks. I don't know why I'm even fighting some of these things. I just need to collect sacks. Ooh, I'm level 26. I can equip my new, didn't even do that. Kill this guy real quick. I can equip this dagger. Where is it? I have too much crap. There it is. Yeah, look at how much stronger that is. Wow, we're powerful. We're gonna crush them all. Alright, let's break down everything. I have too much crap in here. Beautiful. For now. But yeah, nonetheless, the game is really good. Oh, okay. Why did I swap weapons? Why did that happen? Why do I have this shield still equipped? Unequip that shield. I don't want it. Oh, because it equipped it in the other... Does it all the time. I'm gonna have to put like... Once I get like a staff or something, I'm just gonna put that in slot 2. And then that way I know. So I don't get confused on like 2 separate daggers and which one is the one that's actually strong. So... Alright, food sacks. But yeah, I mean, I just hope, you know, I just hope that ArenaNet truly can, you know, if we're getting that blog post tomorrow, that they can truly give us some transparency. You know, my hope is, I mean, it's never too late, right? I can talk about all these old blog posts all I want and say, you know, hey, they've never been transparent, or they've just kind of talked around the point, but you never know. They might tomorrow drop on us the most insightful thing ever and just be like, yep, this is what went wrong, this is what we're fixing. You know, it could still happen. I mean, I'm hoping, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited to see what we're getting tomorrow, if we're getting anything tomorrow. I don't know if we're gonna get anything. I have a feeling we're gonna get something, just because they've had announced this blog post for a while now, for like what, a couple weeks now or something. Almost. Has it been a couple weeks? When did they announce the blog post? It was before the Midnight King came out. Oh, I'm getting tired. So, but like I said, I will if we're getting, we'll have to see. Like if the blog post is complete bullshit, I probably won't be making a video about it. But if there's some interesting stuff in the blog post, I might make a video about it tomorrow. And like I said, it'll depend on exactly what happens tomorrow. Like if we're getting a preview for the expansion tomorrow, for example, if we're getting like a blog post that gives us more details about it or something, I'm gonna be streaming Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2 or something. But we might do a co-op stream with my sister. So we've been wanting to do a Genshin Impact co-op stream for months now. It feels like months that it's been, and we haven't done it. So we are hopefully going to be able to do a co-op stream, playing Genshin Impact together, or something else. I don't know, but probably Genshin Impact. Because she's been kind of playing a lot of that. I heard. I don't know. I don't keep track that much of her activities. But we'll be hanging out with my sister. And just to give you guys, I guess there's some people that are new to the channel. Welcome to anyone that's here. So we're doing a lot of Guild Wars 1 content as well right now. We just did a playthrough of Guild Wars Factions, which was the Cantha release of the first Guild Wars, with a little pet master. We had like a ranger with a pet, and he was just like focused on using the pet as a weapon kind of thing. We're going to be doing yesterday was the big decider. We had been voting for the last couple weeks on what's going to happen next. So I was either going to do a comparison stream of the Alona region from Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2, or I was going to do a Nightfall playthrough. Both of them are going to happen still. They're both going to happen. But I had to kind of decide. I wanted people to decide kind of for me which one I'm going to do first. So it has been decided as of yesterday that we're going to be doing the comparison streams first. Okay, so we're going to do, I'm going to be doing probably Istan first. So the island of Istan. So I'm going to be doing Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 side by side on screen. You're going to see me. I'm going to put my camera like in the middle. And you guys are going to see both games next to each other, and I'm going to go around and we're going to compare them, and we're going to compare what they look like, and all the stuff. We're going to look at all of that fun stuff. So that's going to happen first, and then we're going to do a playthrough of Nightfall, which is the Alona region release of Guild Wars 1, and we're going to do a playthrough as a Paragon with Ranger Secondary. We're going to have a pet. We're going to hang out with our cool pet, and playing a Paragon, which is a spear-wielding, like, shout master guy. He uses chants and shouts to support his allies, and uses a spear to attack. So that's going to be super fun. And then after that, we're going to do a Eye of the North playthrough with the dungeons after the fact. That's actually really interesting, by the way, just so you guys know, this summer, and I don't know where I read this. Where did I read this? Was it on Reddit? It was on Reddit. I think it was on Reddit. Yeah, it was on Reddit. The Guild Wars 1 community is actually doing a, I don't know exactly what that entails, but they're doing a event where they're doing a playthrough of Eye of the North. So if you guys are Guild Wars 1 players, and you want to go back to Eye of the North and enjoy that, they're doing a whole event where the Reddit community of the Guild Wars 1 Reddit community is all gonna play Guild Wars 1 at the same time, and they're gonna group up into teams and play together and just kind of get back the feeling of playing Eye of the North. And that's gonna happen this summer sometime. I'm not sure. The details, I think, are probably gonna be on the subreddit, on the Guild Wars 1 subreddit. So if you guys want to know more about that, I don't think I'm going to be participating in that, but I'm still going to be playing Guild Wars 1 in that time frame. So God knows, we're going to see an influx of people maybe playing the game, because they might want to play Eye of the North, but then they might be like, well, I want to go back to Nightfall as well. So it's probably going to be while we're playing Nightfall. That's probably going to happen while we're playing Nightfall, because I guess the comparison streams are only going to be 4 or 5 of them, I'm guessing, because I'm going to be doing each region. So it's going to be Istan, Korna, Vabi, the Desolation. There's only 4 regions, so that's not, I mean, it should only be 4 streams, but I don't know if I'm gonna be doing them like back to back to back, probably, but you know, whatever. So just so you guys know, that's gonna be happening for Guild Wars 1 content. After the Eye of the North playthrough, I want to go through all the dungeons, which is also something that the group is doing as well. They're doing Eye of the North, the whole story, like all the different missions, all that stuff, and then also doing all the dungeons afterwards. So I'm gonna be doing the same thing, but I'm not gonna be doing it in conjunction. I mean, if it happens to be during that time, that'd be cool, because we're gonna see a lot of other players in the group. But I'm probably gonna just take my heroes because I'm streaming, so it's kind of hard. You know, when I have to like stop and talk about something, you know, it's kind of hard to let other people know, you know, because chances are they're probably not watching, so they don't know what's happening. But yeah, and then for Guild Wars 2, obviously I'm gonna try to do more shorts, and do more structured videos, and streams as well. World vs. World. Once the beta is live, the restructuring beta is live, I'm gonna be streaming a lot of that, because I still want to work on my legendary armor in Guild Wars, in World vs. World, and so we're definitely gonna do that. Hang out doing World vs. World, and we're obviously gonna do whatever other expansion is coming out. I'm gonna be streaming that, so that's gonna be Guild Wars 2 content. And then in between, I'm gonna try to do whatever other games I feel like doing. There's a couple of games that I would be interested in maybe streaming, playing with you guys. You know, the Elden Ring DLC is coming out. I might stream that with you guys and hang out. I don't know how many of you guys play Elden Ring, but I love it. I don't like doing that hard. We're gonna skip that hard. Not fun. It's not fun. It's boring. So, but yeah. Anyways. And I'm gonna try to do lore videos as I can about the new releases, about Janthier, about the Jantherians, and the eyes of the Janthiers, and the whatever, right? Mersatians. All the peoples of the expansion coming out. So, to give you guys, as always, just an update on what I'm gonna be doing in the foreseeable future. You know, like I said, co-op stream. I don't know. My sister has missed out on Secrets of the Obscure so far. She hasn't bought it yet. So I'm not doing this hard either. It sucks. Also, it's not fun. It's kind of boring. I mean, it's kind of nice to help other people do it because you can get progression in it. So someone might pick up a sack and we want to defend them, and that's actually like. Okay, is there no rabbit? Oh, there's a rabbit. Scared off. See, it's kind of I don't like bringing the food caches to the guy, because that's like annoying and takes a long time, and you can fail at it very easily. But I do like defending other people that do it. Oh, can I use blink? Wait, can you use blink? I have blink equipped. Oh, you can. That's cheap. That's cheap. Hungry rabbits. No, rabbit, you cannot have any food. And also in the blog post, they were talking about like bonus events, and they were talking about, oh, we're setting up systems so that we can do more bonus events. I'm like, you barely do them, and they still haven't increased the number of bonus events that they're doing. They haven't done like, it's so weird, and I don't understand it. In Guild Wars 1, they have an automated system. Every week we have bonus events, and that's been set up since forever. Like, we literally have bonus events set up in Guild Wars 1 that like have been happening forever. It's like, how do we not have this in Guild Wars 2? Like, how do we not have bonus events all the time?
Oh, traveler.
They should have been automated like 7 years ago. You know what I mean? Like give us more bonus events. What was some? I'd come up with some bonus events. What were some bonus events that you guys would like to see? To get people, I mean, we've seen dungeon, which dungeon is nice, right? It's always nice when people, when you give incentive to go back to dungeons, because dungeons are still good content. Like they're still good, and you can still make decent money with content, with dungeons. But what are some other bonus events that you guys would like to see? Because we have world bosses, we have world versus world, we have PvP, we have like the dungeons. I don't know. I don't know what else. Maybe do like regional, like do like Shiver Peak Mountains, and just like doing different things in the Shiver Peak Mountains awards you like extra something or something. I don't know. That's not really engaging though. I don't know. It's tough to I don't know. Not sure. Ooh, we have some Arctic bees. Longshanks. Let's get him. Alright. I want to give new players a chance as well to go in and get credit. Credit. I wish the bear event was happening. I like doing the... Oh, we've done enough events. Ooh, I got my weekly stuff. Cool. I'm just gonna pop that 1 hour one. Alright, let's throw some snowballs at kids. Do it. Screw you, kid. I interrupted you. I interrupted you again. Oh, she ran right in the line of sight. So brutal. Like, how hard do you have to throw the snowball to make the kids fall down? Wow, I killed that rabbit. I did not mean to do that. Like, that's a pretty, like, that's a pretty hard throw of a snowball. Like, you're not supposed to fall down. Take this, kid. Oh. Ah. Yeah, there it is. Addleston! How tough is he? Oh, the bears are attacking. Oh no, his event got interrupted. Wait, what? Did it? He transformed back. Why? He's supposed to transform into his bear form, and he transformed back. I'm killing the bears before the event even starts. Sometimes the bear just comes out. Oh man, that's so sad that that didn't happen properly, because he's actually really strong. If he would have been in his bear form, I would have probably died. 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 Kill the bears! All the bears. Kill them. I mean, that's a lot of bears, okay? Like, where are these bears hiding? It's like an army of bears. Look at all those bears. my god, and they're killing all the people. No! Jessica! Oh, she died. Wow, leveled up. Explosion! Dead. In the fire. We're cooking the bear. It's bear for dinner. Alright. Ooh, I got new pants. Ooh, I got new shoes. Ooh, I got a new sword. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. I'm not using it anyway. Sword is pretty good on Mesmer though. Thank you for helping. You're welcome for helping. Alright, equip that in the off slot. Or I could equip this in the off slot. No, I didn't mean to do that. Let's equip that in the off slot. Alright, there we go. Thought it was maybe a dagger. But it's not. It is not. Alright, maybe we can do the Addlestone thing again. Let's try. If okay.
Brats, come here and let me teach you some manners.
Yeah, he transforms. He's really strong, guys. Look at him. So tanky. Holy crap. He does so much damage. Addlestone is the true endgame. Eh.
Sometimes the bear in me just comes out. That wasn't gonna hurt him much. Always happy
Sell
to
all
see
this
customers.
junk. Look at how much junk I have. Look at all that. Look at all that free money. Alright, let's go up the hill. Music in Guild Wars 2 is just so good. Even in Nio's, like Nio's music is just like really, really good. Really loved. I actually went and bought the album for Secrets of the Obscure, the like I guess the initial release of it or whatever. I actually went out and bought the album because I was like, this is, you know, obviously I'm gonna use that in my videos and stuff, but even then it's like, oh man, it's like, it's just so good. Like, why wouldn't I want to use that or listen to it or pay for it, right? Whatever. However, I can support the company, right? What the Secret of the Obscure was? I don't get it. Story done. Heart of the Obscure is still a mystery. The Secrets of the Obscure. I guess I don't know. Secrets of the Obscure. I guess maybe the Secrets of the Obscure is maybe like the Secrets of the Cryptus or something. I don't know, because it's called the Heart of the Obscure. I don't know. Because we didn't really find out any secrets, right? We didn't even talk about it. There was I mean, there is still many secrets, but did we really learn? I mean, I guess Secrets of the Obscure deals with, like, in short, it's like the Wizard's Court and the I don't know, it's weird because the thing is that both the releases, or both of the releases, the initial release and the post release, feel like such like different. Whoa, he respawned immediately. they feel like such divided storylines, that it's really strange to think about them in like in a sense of one, because I feel like it was two separate stories that were told. Because I could say, well, the Secrets of the Obscure could be like, you know, the true face behind the Cryptus living in Nios, right? They're like obscure because they live across the mist, and the secret is that they're not really evil. They're just kind of like they're getting driven by Eparch to be evil. So that could be the Secret of the Obscure. Okay? I know it's like one of the Secret of the Obscure, right? But it's like that could be, you know, in a sense you could kind of do it that way. Or you could say that the Secrets of the Obscure is like everything has to do with the Wizard's Tower and the Astral Ward, because they're very obscure in the sense that no one knew that they really existed. They've kind of been, you know, working in the background for a long time, you know, up in the sky, and the secrets being like everything that they know. The secrets being that they're, you know, many of them are part of the Elder Races, and that they, you know, the Iskarin is their leader, and you know the things that they have done. Like you could, but it's so weird that you can't connect the two somehow, because there's such different stories, I feel like. And that's one of the things that really pissed me off as well, because it's like you spend all the time in the initial release of Secrets of the Obscure setting up things, and then one of the reasons why I feel like the post-release stuff wasn't good is because it felt very disconnected from what we had originally been shown, right? So I think that's one of the issues that I have with it, the disconnect between the two things that we have. Are the lamb around? The rams? Is it the rams that come across the bridge? I still haven't seen those. I've heard about them. The three. It's based on the little thing. They come across the bridge here. I don't know if where they spawn, or I might have to check that out again. There's definitely the troll under the bridge, which is part of that story. There's like this old like fairy tale story about, and excuse my ignorance because I don't really remember what the story was, about the three rams crossing the bridge with the troll underneath it or whatever. It's like a folklore thing or whatever. And they do have a reference to that here, but I don't ever see the rams. I don't know if they're bugged out like the dolphin Echo. Echo the dolphin that's bugged out. He's been bugged out forever. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like at some point I have seen that happen, but just I didn't pay attention to it, to like the rams crossing here, but I don't even know where they would spawn. In order to trigger that. Maybe I triggered by killing the troll? Could that be true? Could that be right? Maybe that triggers them to spawn and cross the bridge? Maybe not. I don't know. Why do I have this weird lag today? What is... Oops, I did not mean to... What is going on with that? I have like weird lag going on. But yeah, we're kind of winding down for the stream here. Probably will be leaving in a minute. Just because I've talked my heart out, you know, and I appreciate you guys listening to me ramble on about whatever for what, 4 hours? Yeah, 4 hours. So, and just kind of hanging out. I mean, I was gonna maybe do World vs. World. I put that in the thing, but I didn't do any World vs. World, which is whatever, you know. That's fine. I can't. Can I not deposit? I'm full on this. I'm full on these. I'm full on these. I'm full on these. We're running out of space. And a lot of these materials. But yeah, I hope that maybe I gave you guys a little bit, like, some of the stuff. Like, I want to start discussion, but I've realized also that I would like to, oh god, I'm not going to listen to him. I always want to, I also want to make people maybe look at things in a different light, or consider things in like a different perspective or something. That's like part of kind of what I try to do with my channel and with my videos and stuff, to just kind of like get people to think about certain things in different ways, and maybe find appreciation in the smaller things, and that sort of stuff. Hot spring. One more in a bath.
Water washes the surface. Battle alone can cleanse your insides. Now you're truly cleansed.
Alright, let's do, I'm gonna finish it off with the jumping puzzle. We're gonna do the jumping puzzle. And then we're gonna sign up. Oh, there was a raw candy corn. Spawned in. Yeah, and then I will see you guys, you know, like, let's just do this. And, well, I failed on the first Raven. Lovely. That is really sad. Yeah, do you guys see that? That weird, like, lag every few seconds? I don't know what that is. I've been having weird issues. I don't know if anyone else has been having weird issues. I've been having weird issues with the game lately. Where, like, randomly I will get... And I just re-downloaded it, like, what? Not even a month ago or something? I re-downloaded the whole game. I deleted all my files and everything, and I re-downloaded the whole game. But I've been having, like, weird issues with it. Where I get, like, random lag, and my FPS will all of a sudden, like, just drop to nothing. For no, like, not to nothing, but they'll just drop significantly for no reason and be consistent on that level. It's really strange. Alright, I gotta fight these leopard shamans. Bring it. Bring it, bitch. Got it. I love the chests with the bear claws on them. Cool. Wow, useless crap. Awesome. Awesome sauce. I think they should go and update all of these to give better loot. At least more loot. I know that that would probably be way too much work. Alright, let's get out of here. So bored. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys so much for watching today. I appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed the little bit of, like, just chilling out, discussing things, talking about random crap, you know, discussing all kinds of different things about the game. And I hope you guys are looking forward to, you know, Janthier Wilds or whatever they're gonna call it, right? Like, I'm looking forward to it. And if you guys are excited for lore stuff or whatever, just get ready for me to release a bunch of those things and talk about those things. So, but yeah, anyways, thank you, HC, for being here. Julian, as a new player, welcome. Thank you for being here. NM. Emily, as always, thank you. Noel was here. Miguel, thank you guys. And I think that's it for people that voice. Oh no, Palundrium, subscribe. Thank you so much for the subscription and hanging out for a little bit. You guys are super awesome, and everyone else that was in the background, I appreciate you as well. I just don't know your names, because we'd like to be anonymous, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But nonetheless, I do appreciate you guys. And I will see you guys probably tomorrow night. So